What's up, Nick fans? All right, I am Victor Hatiba from Nick Fans Brazil channel. Today, again, my special guest in this channel, Alex Trataros from Nick Fans TV. Welcome, bro. Welcome again in this channel.
Victor, it's great to be back to talk Knicks to preview this season. I hope you've been doing well. I've been seeing you doing great things with this channel, getting some phenomenal guests on here. Glad to see that the channel's growing, and I'm ready to talk Knicks, man. Let's get it going.
Oh, okay. For me, it's a great honor. Great honor. I told you in backstage. It's a great honor. I like so much your job, man. I like so much. I admire and your inspiration from this channel, bro. Okay. But before I talk to you about the team, quick question, okay? What's your opinion on the Donovan Mitchell deal going wrong?
What's my opinion on the Donovan Mitchell deal going wrong? Um, I think I think there's a lot of things to it. Honestly, I'm so tired of talking about Donovan Mitchell at this point. I'm
Me
ready to
too.
move on. Uh,
Man, sorry,
uh,
but your opinion in this channel, it's important. But understand. I understand.
I think what went wrong, man. The I think there's mixed not expectations, but I think the Knicks organization overplayed their hand. I don't think the Utah Jazz wanted to trade really with the New York Knicks. Some people say it was close. I think to some extent it was the Jazz posturing to see if they can get a better deal, and they got a good deal from from Cleveland. And I think the emotions came into it towards the end, if there was even close to a deal.
Hmm.
I think Worldwide West, Randall, and everyone showing up to the Jazz Mavericks game. They talk about that didn't sitting right, but at the end of the day, if it's business, you do what's best for your team. I don't know. When I look at the Jazz getting the offer of RJ Barrett, Emmanuel quickly, picks, and so forth, and them turning that down, to me, it just doesn't feel like they wanted to deal with. If it feels like the Jazz didn't want to do a deal with the Knicks because you don't turn down that deal to take on Colin Sexton, who they're probably going to trade later down the road because he's going to get his points and he's going to look good out in Utah because he'll be one of the top options to score. You have Laurie Markkinen, decent role player, injury prone, and then you also got Agbaji, who's a good rookie. I think a good 3-and-D player at bare minimum, but solid wing, and who has a winning pedigree from Kansas. It's a solid deal. Don't get me wrong.
Hmm.
And they also got the picks from Cleveland as well. But I don't know how you want to turn down getting RJ Barrett, who I think is a cornerstone player. You get a guy who's lightning off the bench with Emmanuel quickly. I listened to other podcasts as well, like Bill Simmons. Bill Simmons and Ryan Russillo broke it down. They said, how do you turn like 10 out of 10 times you're taking the RJ Barrett and Emmanuel quickly? And we have someone like Bill Simmons, who's a big Celtics fan, who has major say when it comes, who has not, I won't say major say, but he's a prominent voice when it comes to the NBA. If he's saying that, and you're the Utah Jazz and you turn it down, I can't believe that they actually wanted to do a deal with the Knicks. So that's how I look at it as. You could tell me that they were close to getting a deal done, all this stuff. Maybe that's true, but at the end of the day, I don't know how you turn down RJ Barrett, getting 2 first round picks, 5 in total 1st round picks, even though the other 3 have been protected. It just doesn't make sense to me. I don't think there was any deal to be done.
No, bro. And now, Donovan Mitchell stay in the past. Turn Turn the page from Donovan Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell, okay, bro. Okay, c'est la vie. C'est la vie. Bye bye. I like so much, Alex, answer from my Maria Kiro in this channel. Maria said, Nick's wrong. Won't betrayed Donovan Mitchell in draft. Man, I like so much. this answer because it's true, bro. Knicks had a chance, nah, bring Donovan Mitchell. Now it's complicated. So bye bye, Donovan Mitchell. Bye bye. Uh, so in this negotiation, start na Barrett extension.
Yep.
What's your opinion about a Barrett extension?
I think it's good for the team. I think it's finally creating some stability. We had the Leon Rose conversation. We had the Leon Rose interview with Alan Hahn, who was on this channel too. Um, and Alan Hahn asked him about it. And I think it's great when you hear about continuity, developing, keeping young players, someone like RJ Barrett. I think RJ Barrett, is he going to be the player that takes you to the championship? Who knows? I think he could be part of a championship winning team. But to have someone who wants to be here, who has the characteristics of playing in New York, being tough, gritty, focused. I think that's great that the Knicks extended him, and we've seen him improve every single season, right? We've seen his counting stats go up every single year. We see his shooting start to improve. He's still inefficient, but that comes with more repetition. That comes with
Mhm.
more time being. Not, he gets the time on the court, but really having the ball in his hands. First year he didn't have, so it was more so the Julius Randle show. Second season, he was essentially a 3 and D guy with who's allowed to do a mid range jumper. Last season it was complicated because he was a fourth option for some time. He got sick, missed some time, but once guys were missing, January came around, he became a focal point of the team for stretches of the season. Still on and off, but it wasn't until he closed the season that we saw him really take the full reins of being that number one option. And you need repetitions to get understanding how to be efficient, when to attack,
Mhm.
when to be a playmaker, and that all to balance that out, it just takes time. So I'm happy that we extended him. We've seen him improve every single season. I think this season is going to be another good season for him. We just got to see him just continue to improve on his jump shot, right? And he talked about that in the interview at his press conference, where he wants to be a better finisher around the rim, improving on the free throw percentage, getting a jumper, being a better playmaker. He talked about all the things that we've all talked about on Knicks Fan TV, and to see that he's taking that seriously and that's what he wants to do, and he consistently puts in that work. I think there's good things for RJ. So having him extend with the Knicks, I think it's good, man, for continuity purposes. It's good to see familiar faces. It's fun. It's nice to not have a rotating door of players that we're just learning at the beginning of every single season and just wondering, what is this team going to look like? We're still wondering, but there's some sort of familiarity that we have, and we already know a baseline, what they can do, and now seeing what they can build on top of that, that's always great.
Bro. I am suspect about RJ Barrett. People joking with me, né, because I super believe in this guy. I super believe. So I am very happy about your extension. So I won't talk with you about the new players in the Knicks. Okay, Jaylen Brunson and Isaiah Hartenstein.
Mhm.
Uh, what's your opinion about this guy and your expectations with these players with New York Knicks?
To start off with Brunson, because he's the point guard. We finally have a point guard for this team, which is great. Someone who can steady the ship, help all the other guys play. I think he's going to be a big impact for RJ, for Julius, for Mitch, all the other guys on the team, Emmanuel Quickly, Obi Toppin, Cam Reddish, Quentin Grimes. He keeps saying that he's not a savior, but I think he's going to be a key part for this offense and for this team moving forward, because he can be the decision maker. We saw how he played with Luka Doncic down in Dallas, and even though he was secondary to Luka, the fact that he was still efficient and effective and still can be a playmaker, that's all great. And we saw what he did against the Utah Jazz. He was giving the Jazz that work. He played really well, personally against the Golden State Warriors, even though the Mavericks didn't go on to the finals. And we also saw how well he played against Phoenix too. His ability to attack. the paint and finish in the paint is phenomenal for a guy who's under 6'3". It's really amazing because he just has that great footwork. He's tough. He knows how to use his body to bump guys around for a guy of his stature, and then his playmaking. I think that's one of the most underrated part of his game because he had to be a scorer next to Luca and be a secondary facilitator and a connector. But the fact that he knows who to get the ball to in the right situations and will have the chance to continue to improve on that skill, it's going to help this team move forward. And you don't have to rely on Julius Randle and RJ Barrett to be your initiators for most of the game. Jaylen's going to do it. Sure, you'll get RJ and Julius to do portions of the game. That way you can set the defense off and confuse them. But I like what he's going to do for everyone on this team. They'll give RJ and Randall more of the scoring opportunities that they need and getting the ball in position
Mm-hmm.
instead of having to create for themselves and make it, 10 times more difficult. We don't need to see Julius Randle backing it down from three. We don't need to see RJ put it on the blinders and just crashing in, trying to initiate the offense. Even though we saw that both these guys can do some playmaking and
Mm-hmm.
find their teammates, it's Brunson is much more fluid at that. So it'll be nice to see that change for the Knicks. I'm looking forward to it. And then with Isaiah Hartenstein, you know, he's going to be solid come off the bench. He offers a different dimension than Mitchell Robinson, who's your rim protector, lob threat. Not saying Isaiah Hartenstein isn't a rim protector. He is, but he offers
Mm-hmm.
something where he can just stretch out the big from the paint, right? He's not going to be in the dunker spot, always hanging out there like Mitch is. He has a mid-range jumper. He can, put up a
Mm-hmm.
three-pointer that you have to respect. So it'll open up the court for whatever unit he's with. If he's with the starters and Mitch is on the bench because Mitch is in foul
Mm-hmm.
trouble or he needs a break, you're just opening up more space for RJ, Brunson, Randall to go attack. If he's playing with the second unit like Rose, Quickly, Grimes, Obi Toppin, that's an open court for all those guys to run. All those guys like to push the pace. That's a fast
Mm-hmm.
unit. So it's going to be great to watch him play and see the different dimension that we need because we were pretty redundant having Nerlens Noel and Mitchell Robinson. It was great. We saw how great it was. Nerlens Noel did a phenomenal job his first year with the Knicks, helping them be that fourth best defensive team in the NBA. But now this team needs a little bit of diversity. We weren't really that effective scoring last year. We were a decent 3-point shooting team, but not really an effective scoring team
Mm-hmm.
overall. I think with the addition of Jaylen Brunson, Isaiah Hartenstein, it's going to even out for the Knicks to be a better scoring team.
Nah, I agree. I agree. And in begin, Alex, I don't like it when I know about Zaya Hartenstein in this team. But so many people, nah, talking so many good things about this guy. I am curious now. Alan
Mhm,
Han, Bill Piro, you now, so many people. Open the floor. Brunson, Barrett, and Randall. We love drives in your games. Isaiah can be useful for this. Good passer. Can shoot.
mhm.
And
Yeah,
the same price, Alex. Nerlens Noel, 8 millions. 8 millions.
yeah. And I think you pointed out something very key is that Isaiah Hartenstein is a good passer, especially when it
Mm-hmm.
comes to the short roll. I think Isaiah Hartenstein in that aspect also helps. Like Taj Gibson is a solid passer when he was
Mm-hmm.
in there with the second unit. I think Isaiah
Yes.
Hartenstein, with his offensive ability and the ability to pass, he's going to throw off defenses, whoever he's playing against. And is he this dominant big that's going to overpower somebody like a Joel Embiid and Nikola Jokic? No, he's not. But as
Uh-huh.
a second unit guy, when you're looking to score, and that's what the second unit's been knowing about, and just overpowering other second units. That's been the Knicks' bread and butter when they went to the playoffs and made it to the 4 seed. Was that second unit was so dynamic at scoring that it was
Mm-hmm.
tough for other benches to keep up. Now you add another dimension with a big who could pass, work at the pick and roll. He can still dunk. He's still a rim protector. You're offering even more now for what that second unit can do, and I'm looking forward to it.
I am curious, very curious about this player, bro. Really,
Mhm.
really. Um, and Jalen Brunson, uh, it's a solid PG. It's not a franchise player. It's not a PG from my dreams. But I really believe this guy. can be so important from this team. And I have a question. You
Mhm.
answer a little about this, but I make this question. Do you believe Jalen Brunson can be better? Julius Randle can be better in the next season, playing with Jalen Brunson in this team?
We'll see. You know, I think it will definitely help Randall having a point guard. We saw how Randall performed with Alfred Payton, even in his first season with the Knicks, right? When he had
Hmm.
Alfred Payton
Yes.
and he had someone to bring up the ball, Randall was slightly more under control, where he was still doing the spin move into double and triple teams, which is crazy, but he was a little bit more under control to a certain extent. He was even more under control the second season with Elver Payton. I think just having a point guard that can bring up the ball, allow Randall to get in position to play, that helps. And now you add, and Elver Payton wasn't really a scorer like that. Now you add a scoring element to your point guard, a facilitator. I think that helps Randall out even more. That was the whole point of what Kemba Walker was supposed to do. Kemba was supposed to bring an offensive element to really help unlock everybody, with Julius Randle still being the focal point of the offense.
Hmm.
Randall, what Randall needs to do is, one, be focused. You know, put last year behind him. Needs to get into the post because he can bully people into the post. Get back into rhythm and just play good team basketball. Not have to force shots. Like, he got his points, he got his assists, he got his rebounds. He got his counting stats. They weren't efficient. It didn't help the team win a lot of games. I think just being a better team player. If Randall's averaging, you know, 18, 17 or 18, 5 assists and like 8 rebounds and the team's winning, that's fine. He doesn't have to be this 20-10-5 guy. He doesn't,
Yes.
if he does that and the team's winning, it's fine. I think he can do that with Jalen Brunson. I think Jalen Brunson will help him do that, but we'll see. Time will tell.
Uh-huh. I agree. I agree. Totally agree with you. Man, I am disappointed with Randall in the last season, but I hope this guy will be better in the next season, bro. I love the Knicks. Julius Randall, better from the Knicks. Julius, play better, bro. Play better. And I am curious your opinion too about uh, in Nick fans base so many people talking about the lineup from the Knicks. Okay, uh, people talking so much about Grimes or Fournier. Okay, starter in this team. I know Tibbs talked yesterday about this, but I want your opinion, Alex. Which these players do you prefer in this team? I starter.
Well, if over on Knicks Fan TV, I've been asking for Grimes to be in the starting rotation. I think Grimes is a better fit for what the starting lineup says. It's going to be Jalen Brunson, RJ Barrett, Julius Randle, Mitchell Robinson, which opens up who's the two guard? Evan Fournier, Quentin Grimes. In that offense, Brunson's an okay defender. All right. He's not Kemba
Mm-hmm,
Walker bad. He's not as bad as Kemba Walker, but Evan Fournier is not a great defender either. So
mm-hmm,
if you want to stabilize the backcourt, I think Quentin Grimes, who's probably your best perimeter defender, who can switch on to point guards. Yeah, he can obviously guard shooting guards, even some wings, depending on the matchups. I think that's your best option because Fournier is not that type of player. Fournier is a more offensive threat playmaker type of guy. He's got solid team defense, but not individual on ball defense, which you need with this type of rotation. And I think if you have someone like Fournier in the starting rotation, you're asking Mitchell Robinson to do a lot of cleaning up. We've seen Evan Fournier just allow guys to blow by past him. That means Mitch is not
mm-hmm,
only guarding his guy, but he has to guard the guy who's going to be coming down the lane, or even Randall. So why put that type of stress on your bigs when you can have a guy who can just stick to somebody on the perimeter and still is a good shooter? Grimes is still a good shooter, and I know Fournier is a good shooter. I know he beat John Stark's 3-point shooting record last season, but you still get consistent shooting. You get a good defender, and you get somebody who can play off ball. Fournier, for for him, in my opinion, is better when he's on ball. He gets really into a good
Mm-hmm.
scoring rhythm, and that's how he played down in on the Orlando Magic. When he's playing on ball, that's when he starts to get into rhythm. He starts to get the floater, the jumper, mid range, everything going. And that's why I think it's better for him to come off the bench with a unit that can utilize him in that aspect. You can allow to have Rose, who could play a little bit off ball at this time, even though he's better on ball. You can allow Quickly, who knows how to play off ball as well, who can also play on ball. And Fournier. Fournier can play on and off ball. You have three guys who are good just scoring threats. And I think that works perfectly coming off the bench. And you still get that defensive presence that you need, considering Tom Thibodeau is the head coach. Now,
Mm-hmm.
it was shown today that Quentin Grimes has he's wearing a walking boot, so he's injured right now. I think he has a lower leg injury. So it makes sense now that Fournier would get the nod to go ahead over Quentin Grimes if Quentin Grimes can't suit up for game one of the regular season. But for game one, it should, in my opinion, be Quentin Grimes. I think it just everything. I think that just makes a lot of sense for this team. And
Uh,
it may change, even if you have Tom Thibodeau saying it's going to start off with Evan Fournier. It could change over time. I do see Grimes getting to the starting rotation. I think Tibbs needs like look, I get Tibbs is very stubborn and he's going to rely on his veterans. I wish he would be flexible in this case and just start Grimes at the gate. I don't want to see this team playing from behind because
mm-hmm.
defense is an issue with our backcourt. So and we already seen what Grimes can do. We saw what he did last season, especially in that first game against the Milwaukee Bucks. We know he can attack the passing lanes. We know he's a solid rebounder as well. All of that just screams Tom Thibodeau type player. We know he didn't want to trade him, right? He wasn't included in any of the deals really for Donovan Mitchell. So if that's the case, if you value him that much, he should be in the starting rotation too.
Oh, I will put claps in this part. I like so much your comment. Hey, bro.
Look, man, I
And
just want to see Quentin Grimes play. I want to see this team play good defense. I want to see good basketball.
yes, 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 yes. I agree. I agree. Totally agree. Um, you mentioned chips. Chips. Obviously, United States. You hear every day, people play the kids, play the kids. Obviously,
Mm-hmm.
you hear it all day.
Yeah.
In your opinion, these younger players has a chance a more minutes in the next season. Obi Toppin, 24 years, okay. But man, I am old compared with Obi, okay? Your opinion, Obi, Keekly, Ken Reg, I am worried about Ken Reg because I like so much this guy, bro. Emmanuel Keekly. So, what's your opinion about this younger core from our team, Alex?
I think they're going to get their opportunities. We heard, on my podcast, Knicks, Jets, etc. We had Mark Berman on at the end of last season, and we had, he said Tibbs regretted not playing some of these guys more. And
Mm-hmm.
let's see if that holds true. I expect them if he's saying that and he's about it. I expect some of these guys to get an increase in minutes. I think with the depth on this team, Tibbs should utilize it. It's hard to say if we'll see more minutes out of the gate. I'm hesitant, but slightly optimistic because of how quickly and Toppin ended the season. Cam, I think he's on the outside looking in on this rotation. I mean, the 10 guys, we already know who the starting rotation is, right? Especially since Grimes currently is injured. So you got Brunson, Fournier, RJ, Randall, Mitch. That second unit will be Rose, Quickly, if Grimes is healthy, Grimes will be in there. Toppin and Hartenstein. If Grimes is not healthy to start the season, I see Cam Reddish getting an opportunity to enter the rotation. But
Mm-hmm.
if Grimes is healthy, Cam is going to be on the outside looking in, just because we already heard from last season Tiz wasn't on page the same page with the front office getting Cam Reddish. So I see. I don't. It's going to be hard for Cam to really break in. Hopefully, he has a good training camp and get some minutes. But for Grimes, quickly, Toppin, I see these guys getting some good minutes this season. I expect it. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
at some point, you have to utilize the depth. I don't think you need Randall playing 38 minutes every single night. I think you could reduce that and give some more minutes to Obi Toppin. We heard through SNY, based on Ian Begley's report, that quickly should see an increase in minutes. And I expect it. And quickly was averaging 20 to 20, I think 20 to 23 minutes last season. So I expect even more. I expect Derrick Rose to take, you know, fewer minutes to get lesser minutes this season, get closer to 20, so that way quickly can be more of the playmaker and be the point guard for that second unit. That way you can rest
Mm-hmm.
Derrick Rose for the end of the season where you're trying to make the play in and trying to get that last playoff spot. I see that making sense just because these guys are younger. They're fresh.
Yes.
So you don't want to put
Yes.
any more strain on Derrick Rose, even though Derrick Rose looks like he's in great shape. I love Derrick Rose. I think he's an awesome player. Been a fan of his since he's entered the league. But I think he's going to get the rest. Quickly's going to get more minutes in that way. And it won't be necessarily you'll see it all in one night, but I think it will even out based on depending on the games throughout the season. Some nights you're probably going to see Emmanuel quickly get, you know, 27, close to 30 minutes, if he's having it. I think he might get less if someone else is having it because you need more
Mm-hmm.
Derrick Rose and you might want someone with more veteran savviness, understanding how to play against a team, maybe like against the Clippers or someone like that. I don't know. I'm just throwing ideas out there. But I do see these guys get more minutes. It's Obi Toppin and Cam Reddish for me, though. That's going to be a question. Cam, just because there's already 10 guys in the rotation. Obi, because it's Julius Randle. You know, Tibbs likes to play his
Yes.
best guys the most amount of minutes. I don't think Randall should be getting 38 minutes a night. I think you can give Randall less so that way he's not burned out towards the end of the season. It's something what the Milwaukee Bucks do with Giannis Antetokounmpo, where they give a minutes cap for him during the regular season and they keep him fresh for the postseason. Once
Mm-hmm.
again, I'm thinking about playing. If you want to do that for Randall, allow Obi Toppin to get most of these minutes during the regular season, continue to improve his game, and help him. Because when we see Obi on the court, you see that he's a dynamic player.
Oh. So, Alex, you are the coach from the Knicks now, okay? For you, oh,
Don't give me that
what's
job.
your what's your ideal team lineup from you starters?
Ideal.
Yeah,
I
for
mean,
from you this with this team.
I think the most realistic, the most realistic starters is what I've listed out. You know,
Mm-hmm.
with Brunson, RJ, uh, Grimes, um, Randall, and Mitch. I think that's the ideal. That's the most. That's the ideal lineup.
Me
Sorry.
too. Me too.
Yeah, Mitchell Robinson. Yeah, Mitchell Robinson. Yeah, all five of those guys. I think that's the most ideal starting lineup. I think we will see that lineup at some point just because I
Mm-hmm.
think it balances itself out. You have someone, you know, according to Queen the Glass, you have Jalen Brunson when he was on the Mavs, it was 75th percentile when it came to usage, and Randall and RJ are both over the 90th percentile when it comes to usage. So there's only so many plays you can give to guys, and Evan Fournier is someone who needs the ball too. If that's the case, Grimes, who doesn't need that many touches to be good. Mitchell Robinson's not gonna get that many touches just because he's a lob threat and a defender. It evens itself all out with the other three guys getting their opportunities. That's what I like about that lineup. Um, I think that's going to be the lineup. I think that's the most realistic lineup to happen at some point. And then
Mm-hmm.
you have Fournier with Rose quickly, Toppin, and Hartenstein off the bench. I think that's solid. I think that's just solid for
Yes.
offense.
No, yes. And you watched Alan Hahn interview with Leon Rose.
Mm-hmm.
What's your opinion about this interview? Kiki answer for me. What's your opinion about this interview from you?
I thought it was a great interview. I wish, you know, I understand the frustration with not having people like Ian Begley, Mark Berman, Stephen Bondi there or Steve Popper to ask follow up questions because I think they could. but for the most part, the interview was fine. Regardless who's asking those questions, Leon Rose has his stock answers that he's just going to respond with. We're not going to get much. He's not going to tell you all the inner workings of what's going on in the front office. There, he lay out the entire plan because no front office person is trying to do that when you're competing against 29 other teams in the league. I thought it was a good interview. I thought he was trying to be. I thought Rose was trying to be honest with his responses, and I thought Alan Hahn did a great job interviewing and asking all the questions that we had. As a fan base. So I thought it was a good interview. I would only say the only thing I would have is that I wish there were more follow up questions. But other than that, I thought it was a solid overall interview.
Okay. And the last question. For you, Alex, what's your expectations for the Knicks next season? What's the Knicks winning in streak for the season? Do you believe in playoffs, even if the throw playing?
I think this is a play-in team. Um, I think this is a strong play-in team, just because. So let me start off with the wins. I think we're gonna get 42 wins this season. I think the Knicks are gonna get 42 wins. They're gonna be slightly above 500. I think this is a play-in team because when you look at the Eastern Conference, it's still good, but with the turmoil the Celtics and the Bulls are in, Bulls losing Lonzo Ball to a knee injury, and he was so critical for the defense and being a playmaker for that team and really being able to connect DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine and everybody else and getting the shot, allowing them to go off at the right times, being a good point guard. And the Celtics with the Ime Udoka news that came out, losing Robert Williams and Danilo Gallinari, I think that's very impactful for those teams. So right
Hmm.
now, my top six when I look at the league, especially in the Eastern Conference, I see the Miami Heat, see the Cleveland Cavaliers, the Milwaukee Bucks, the Brooklyn Nets, Philadelphia 76ers, and I'm gonna give the let's see, I got Miami Cavs, Bucks, Nets, Sixers, and I'm gonna put the Celtics in there in respect, just because I'm put the Celtics
Hmm.
at the bottom for the six. So there's six. I think those are the lock for playoff teams. The next couple of teams I'm looking at, I think the Bulls are a playing team now. I think the Hawks are a playing team. Raptors
Hmm.
and the Knicks. I see us four being in that area with the moves that the Knicks made this season. If everything plays out right, I see this Knicks team being somewhere in the play-in. Hopefully, you get them, you know, seventh or eighth with a home court advantage and only having to play one game. I'd probably put the
Hmm.
Knicks at the eighth for a play-in spot. I think the Raptors are going to be better. They got a more well-rounded team, in my opinion. But I don't think
Hmm.
the Knicks are too far off in that. I think the Hawks are top-heavy. I don't think they have enough depth to compete, especially with our second unit. And the Bulls, they're not a deep team, in my opinion, either. So I think they're going to be. I think they'll be a good team. I don't think there'll be anything spectacular. And then when you look at like the Wizards, the Hornets, the Pacers, I see them. I don't really see those teams making the playoffs. Maybe the Wizards, maybe the Wizards. I mean, not playoffs, but even playing. I think maybe the Wizards. I'm not sold on the Pacers. I don't look
Pacers
at
not.
the no, I don't look at the
Pacers.
Pacers either. And you know, Detroit and Orlando, they're rebuilding teams. They're at the bottom. So I don't even
Yes.
factor those two teams in. So I got the Knicks somewhere as a play-in team with 42 wins.
I said 41. I I s- I
500, they're
watch
they're they're a 500 team.
for one for one. I watched your comment in Nick Fans TV yesterday. I put you put one victory for 42 né? 42. I
Yeah.
for 41.
Okay.
Man, it's complicated. I want so many victories, but realistic, realistic.
Mhm.
No, it's complicated. I
It's tough.
bro, I just want to see. I repeat this so many lives with you and all guests. I just want Nick's great. Bro, in Brazil, so many jokes. So many jokes. I am tired. I am tired about this. Hi, bro. But I love this team. I love New York Knicks. And
Yep.
yeah, I believe in the future. I believe in the future. and I really miss the NBA. I really miss, and coming soon,
Mhm.
NBA again. And
Yep.
it's complicated. Resume, but I really happy, bro. Really, bring you in this channel. I told you, it's very important for me and Brazilians, closer with you and so many channels from New York. I like so much talk about the Knicks. It's very important, and I like so much your job. Okay. And so I thank you so much. Great honor bring you again in this channel, and I hope see you so many times in this channel, bro.
Victor, you do a great job. Like I always tell you, man. This channel's really growing. You got a lot of great guests coming through. That's amazing. You've been doing a killer job. Keep doing great work, man. This channel's really taken off, and it's always great talking to Knicks with you, man. It's great talking Knicks, and look forward to the season, man. Looking forward to talking more Knicks with you in the future.
Okay, bro. Thank you so much, and I see you in the future. Peace, bro.
Have a good one.
Go, bye bye, bro. Queria comentar com vocês, né? Nós temos agora uma novidade aqui com relação ao Nick Fans Brasil, que o canal agora pode ter o programa de membros, né? No YouTube. Então eu gostaria de pedir para você, você que puder, se inscreva também, né? Seja membro do Nick Fans Brasil. Apenas R$ 7,99 por mês. Apenas R$ 7,99. E você vai ter vantagens exclusivas por ser membro do canal Nick Fans Brasil. Uma delas, você vai ter grupo especial no WhatsApp, que você vai ter as notícias sempre antes, né? Vídeos e etc., sempre ditos antes para os membros. Benefícios que vão ser estudados ao longo do tempo, que vão ser exclusivos para vocês, além de sorteios, galera. Quem for membro vai ter essa vantagem, galera. Então, bora lá, participa e apoia o canal Nick Fans Brasil, pessoal. Beleza? E aí, pessoal, este foi mais um vídeo aqui no canal Nick Fans Brasil. Espero que vocês tenham gostado, né? What's up, Nick fans? All right. I am Victor Hatiba from Nick Fans Brasil channel. Today, again, uh, this channel brings the Mark Berman. Welcome, welcome to the Nick Fans Brasil channel, bro.
Thanks so much, Victor. I appreciate the invitation again. It's been a while.
Oh, I miss you in this channel. I talk with you in backstage.
Yeah, I've been trying to learn Portuguese, but I'm just not up to snuff yet.
I will teach Portuguese for you, okay?
I'm better in
uh,
Espanol.
my English it's better.
I know.
Espanhol um
I know.
pouquito. Espanhol um
Poquito.
pouquito. First of all, Berman, first of all, I want to talk with you about the biggest rumor, the biggest rumor from the Knicks in the season, in this off season. And I want your opinion on the Donovan Mitchell deal going wrong. Did Leon Rose do the the right thing?
Yeah, Victor, I'm disappointed that they didn't get this deal done. I think Leon Rose was playing poker with Danny Ainge, and in the end, uh, Leon went bust. I think that he didn't make his best offer, and he was waiting and waiting. And by the time he was ready to make his best offer, Danny Ainge had moved on to Cleveland. Once Cleveland was willing to give three unprotected first round picks, the Knicks were essentially out of the ball game and they couldn't sneak back in. And Leon couldn't make what I believe was a better offer than he had made previously. So I think Leon thought he was bidding against himself. Danny had told him he had a couple of other teams involved. No, don't think the Knicks thought the other teams were as serious. So I think Leon misplayed his hand, and now the Knicks, unless Donovan Mitchell in 2 years wants out of Ohio, I think that it's a disappointing end result for the Knicks.
It's complicated. Spider-Man 4 don't coming to the Knicks.
That's the bottom line. You can make all the excuses you want. I know fans were, some were happy, some were upset. The fans think it's wise that they kept their draft picks, but Tom Thibodeau doesn't even like their draft. Tom Thibodeau is not a big uh, proponent of the draft. He thinks it's very risky. And as a result, they essentially sacrificed the 11th pick in the draft for Jaylen Brunson. They traded the 11th
Mhm.
pick in order to clear enough cap space to sign Jaylen. So that's how much the Knicks care about the draft.
Mm. And I want to talk with you about Jalen Brunson, Isaiah Hartenstein. What's your expectations about these players?
Well, both are very good fits and filled a big need. I mean, we've talked a lot about Jaylen, of course, filling a big need at point guard, but Isaiah Hartenstein also fills a big need of a backup center who can actually play some offense.
Mhm.
There's no worse offensive players in the NBA than uh, Nerlens Noel and then Jericho Sims. I mean, listen, Jericho can finish at the rim, but neither could shoot the ball at all. I mean, you had three centers in Mitchell Robinson, Noel, and Jericho, who and Taj Gibson, just poor shooters. Not so much Taj, but the other three are the worst shooters in the league. So Isaiah can shoot from mid range. He could hit an open three. Defensively, he's a good rebounder. He could protect the rim well enough, not as good as Noel, but Noel couldn't even get on the court. Listen, the people around the league think it was a good move because you can't bank on Noel to be healthy. His whole career he's been injured. So they got rid of Noel and they have Hartenstein. It's a nice upgrade. Jaylen, I mean, it's been talked about so much, but boy, did they need a playmaker on that roster. They had no playmaker. You could talk about Jaylen's scoring ability, especially in the playoffs, but he's really old school point guard who likes setting up people. And he had that role in Dallas during the playoffs where he had to be a scorer, but he's as much a facilitator as anything. And there's very few of that in the league. So Jaylen fits in well. He's going to set up RJ. He'll set up Mitchell Robinson. He'll set up Julius. He's going to score also. So it's a great fit, great leader. They needed a leader. They had no leaders last season. Julius Randle is not a leader. And the other big thing when you talk to people around the league, it allows Derrick Rose not to be depended upon so much. He could play his 15 to 20 minutes a night. He doesn't have to play every night. And he doesn't, and maybe you put Miles McBride in there to give Derrick a breather. I mean, listen, Derrick Rose has had a ton of injuries. There's no guarantee about his health. So Jaylen Brunson, just a terrific maneuver. And I think it's going to help them get back into not the playoffs for sure, but the play-in tournament featuring the 7th through 10th seeds. I think the Knicks could be 8 or 9 when I look at the on paper.
Me too. Me too. I think the same. I think the same.
Yeah.
And I want make two questions and one question for you. Okay. The first, um, what's your opinion about the Barrett extension? Né? And I want to talk with you. Né? What do you think about the Knicks not inviting the media to Barrett's interview?
Well, your English is getting better and better, asking these tough questions in your second language. Yeah, listen, RJ's contract extension uh, is is a decent deal for the Knicks from the Knicks standpoint. I know their first priority was to include him in a trade for Donovan Mitchell. They're still unsure of RJ's potential as an all-star. He's got weaknesses to his game. He's got to get better from the three-point line. I'm told they're also concerned about his free throw shooting because he's going to get to the free throw line a lot because of the way he plays, the way he barrels to the basket. He's going to draw a lot of fouls, and he has drawn a lot of fouls, and he's not a great free throw shooter. He's got to also improve his right hand so he's not always going to one side where they double team him. And he's got to improve his distribution when he gets doubled and triple teamed. Tom Thibodeau talked about this. He's got to have that instinctive nature to pass the ball out to the wing before he's swarmed. Because sometimes it's too late. He tries to pass it and it becomes a turnover, or he forces some wild shot.
Mm-hmm.
So there are things to improve, but there's so much to like about his grit, his toughness, his durability. He loves New York. A bad game is not going to shake him. He's as confident a player as I've ever encumbered. Uh, but is he an all-star? And you're paying him close to it. But listen, the deal is not 120 million. It's really 107 million. And then there's $13 million worth of incentives, which he may not even reach.
Mm-hmm.
All-star berths, all NBA, all defensive teams. So it's not a terrible deal at all. But the fact is, the Knicks wanted to deal him for Donovan Mitchell and just could not
Mm-hmm.
get it done. They
Yes.
weren't willing to give enough first round picks and RJ. I think they realized the backlash from the fans that they gave up, say, 5 first round picks, a
Mm-hmm.
couple of conditional picks and 3 unprotected with RJ and say even Emmanuel. I think the fans would have been upset. RJ is a very popular player here in New York City.
With me too.
Yeah, got a lot of fans. He's a good
Yes.
guy.
Mm-hmm. I
He's
man,
got to
I
come on the
believe.
show in Brazil.
Yes, I believe in this guy. People who don't like Barrett, when I talk about Barrett, it's complicated because I like so
Yeah,
much this guy. I believe
yeah,
so much
you're a big fan.
in
Yeah,
RJ Barrett.
he's got a
So
lot of
RJ,
detractors. Yeah. He's got a lot
yeah,
of detractors. But your second question, I actually didn't answer, and it's not because I'm afraid to answer it. I just forgot. It's a disgrace what the Knicks public relations and organization are doing and alienating the media. I don't understand it. I know it comes right from the top, James Dolan. I don't
mhm.
understand the strategy. They need the media to send out their message in a positive way. When you alienate the media, sometimes the media won't give you the benefit of the doubt. And if the Knicks start off early in a bad way, look out, baby. Look out.
É, é. First of all, with Jaylen Brunson, né? First of all, Knicks don't inviting the media with Jaylen Brunson interview with the Knicks, né? The second, Barrett, né? Barrett don't inviting to, né? The media. It's complicated. It's complicated.
Yeah,
In my opinion, I don't agree with this. I don't
yeah,
agree. Media, it's very important from the Knicks, Nah. Uh, but it's my opinion. Nah.
Yeah. Well,
I don't agree.
I don't know if you watched the streaming version of the RJ Monica McNutt interview, but it was
I
rather
saw.
dull.
I saw.
Yeah, I mean there were a couple of nice moments, and Monica had a good line. He was wearing a green suit, and she called it his money suit. So there, it had its moments, but there weren't a lot of compelling questions, and I thought it was a little flat. And RJ just didn't seem as excited as I thought he'd be, considering the occasion. And I think even the
Mm-hmm.
players realize, like, why isn't the media here? I mean, like, what are we afraid of? RJ's afraid of nobody, and RJ has taken
Yes.
me on camera, off camera. We've had our back and forths where you guys don't even, you don't see it on the Zoom, but at practices and such. But RJ's afraid of nobody. He'll answer any question. But Monica McNutt has a script, and Monica is going to ask the softball questions.
Mm-hmm.
And the question that RJ should have been asked is, there was a lot of reports in the media that the Knicks were
Mm-hmm.
trying to trade you for Donovan Mitchell. I was wondering how you were reacting to that, and was it a distraction for you as you did your workouts? That question never came close to being asked.
Um, I think the same about your opinion in this subject. I think the same. Nah. And I w-
Some fans don't care. Some fans think the media is the enemy, and we're just trying to
mm,
stir trouble.
uh, it's complicated. It's complicated,
Yeah.
Berman. Um, I want to talk with you about the rumors, Mark. In Brazil, I heard about so many rumors. Okay, after later Donovan Mitchell, I heard in Brazil about Caris LeVert trade for Evan Fournier, for example. This rumor.
Yep.
I heard Bogdanovich, rumors. And I hear too about the rumor involving Julius Randle, Joe Gambadoro from Arizona, from Arizona, Radio Arizona, talking about the Phoenix Suns, interesting in Julius Randle. Uh, what do you think about these rumors or any rumors? And I want to make the in this question. Um, do you believe the team is closed for the season, or can be a chance new rumor with the Knicks?
Yeah, there's a chance. Listen, I spoke to a personnel man a few days ago. He said everyone on the Knicks is up for sale, essentially. Evan,
Mm-hmm.
especially, Julius as well. I mean, RJ now becomes a complicated deal because of the way the contract extension counts against the salary cap in a different way now. So it's very hard to trade him. Uh, but in terms of Evan and Julius, yes, especially Evan. It's almost when you look at the rotation, it's like, I
Mm-hmm.
guess you want to start him, but I don't think he's going to play heavy minutes this year. I think they're going to try to play Grimes even more minutes because Thibodeau believes in his defense. So
Yes.
all these players, like Levert, is a good two-way player. Uh, he's been in New York before and handled it beautifully. Although playing for the Nets is different than playing for the Knicks, but it makes a lot of sense uh, for the Knicks to try to get a Levert on the roster. I think we heard his name at the trade deadline or so. Uh, Regarding Phoenix, did you say you didn't say Devin Booker? Did you? Like
No,
interest in
I
Moreno?
hear
Yeah,
no.
that's possible. I've heard even the Lakers, you know, listen, the Knicks and Lakers talked about the Lakers being a third team in that
Mm-hmm.
Donovan deal. So, uh, Julius is a strong talent, and he still has a place in LA. And you know, they basically gave up on Julius because LeBron was coming, and it
Mm-hmm.
didn't make a. But right now, listen, I'm told the Lakers are desperate. So a
Mm-hmm.
Julius move may smack of desperation, but it wouldn't shock me if something happens. I think the Knicks, regarding Julius, w- feel it's a little awkward with Julius and Obi Toppin together. And I think they believe in Obi enough where they can make that move to Julius. Maybe you
Mm-hmm.
start the season and see what Julius looks like. He looks like he's in great shape like 2 years ago. And if that's the case, maybe we're on to something. But
Mm-hmm.
the Knicks are definitely open for business. Obviously, just because they didn't get Donovan doesn't mean they still want to make a move. They want to make another move.
And do you believe in these rumors, Lever or Bogdanovic, or no, in your opinion?
Yeah, no, Levert is a player they like, and Bogey is a great outside shooter. They still, he could defend better than Evan. The problem with Evan, he's a little streaky for sure, but he could knock down
Mm-hmm.
that 3-point shot. But on defense, he's a liability. And with Tom
Yes,
Thibodeau, you earn your minutes on your how much he trusts you on defense. So
yes.
Evan and Julius are going to be they're going to look around right up until again the trade deadline. But again, I think the Knicks would also like to see Julius improve his trade value, and the only way you could do that is if you get to camp and he looks great in preseason, and maybe even at the start of the season. So uh, it's tough to make a trade 2 weeks before training camp, but you know, with the Knicks, they still seem like they're unfinished.
Yes. And the last question, Berman. What do you think about these younger players in Knicks? Uh, Kenton Grimes, Obi Toppin, Emmanuel Kickley, McBride. What do you think about these players? Tom Thibodeau has a chance give more minutes from these guys. I make the question, for example, for Dexter Henry about Kenton Grimes can be a starter. Nah? Dexter Henry, give your opinion. Uh, Evan Fournier, don't leave the Knicks. Evan Fournier continue starter. And Grimes, more minutes. Né? In your opinion, uh, Kenton Grimes can be a starter. Uh, Evan Fournier continue em Knicks, ok?
Yeah,
Grimes has a chance or no, né? Or not, in your opinion? And what's your opinion about these younger players? Obi Toppin, your opinion,
yeah,
has a chance of more minutes. And I want your opinion about the younger players from the Knicks.
yeah, yeah. The question about Evans starting or not starting, I think, as I said before, I think he's not going to play starters minutes, but I think eventually he'll start. I think it's, I think Tom is big into the chemistry, and Evan on the second unit, uh, where they really want to run with Obi and Quickly and even Derrick Rose leading the charge. I'm not sure Evan is that type of fast-paced, uh, fast break player. So in terms of the chemistry, I think Evan might look better on the starting unit. Quentin looks a lot leaner in summer league, and I
Mhm.
think they love that young legs on the second unit. So to start the season, I think Evan will probably earn the starting job, but it's a competition. And if like
Mhm.
Evan is just not doing it, I mean, I could see Tom going with Quentin because he loves him so much. Then you have the question: do you just take Fournier out of the rotation? I mean, that's tough
Mhm.
to do. A
Mhm.
veteran player who can shoot the three. So
Yes.
Yeah, the younger players, Thibodeau will play them as long as they continue to show out like they did
Mm.
late last season. Thibodeau loved what Quickly did late in the year with a couple of triple doubles. He loved what Obi brought with the 3-point shot and the fast pace and giving energy to his teammates. I'm not a big fan of Obi and his dunks. I mean, that's for the fans. It's 2 points. But when I see Obi, when he does those dunks, it does light up the crowd and his teammates. So
Mhm.
Obi's going to get his minutes. As if he's hitting that 3-pointer, which he was, he'll get his minutes. And Miles McBride, that's a good question because they like him. It's just where do you put him? If Derek is healthy, Miles doesn't have a spot.
Mhm.
And I think that to save Derek, maybe Derek doesn't play the second night of back to backs and you put Miles McBride in there as the backup point guard. I could see trying to save Derek a little more because you never know what you're going to get with his health. Uh, but
Yes.
they like him, and the other young players, Jericho Sims. That's a little dicey because now you got Isaiah Hartenstein, who's going to be healthy. He's a durable player.
Mhm.
So how much room does Jericho have in the rotation? It's going to have to take an injury probably.
E Ken Reddish. People talking so much about Ken Reddish. Has a chance in this team or not?
I mean, right now he's got a hope, not hope, but I think it's about if there's an injury to a player. Listen, if Obi didn't play so well at the end of the season, maybe they could have looked at Cam as the backup four at power forward because the one reason they got him was they liked the versatility that he could play the 3 and the 4. But now it's almost like he's squeezed out of that position. You know, Thibodeau doesn't like to play 11 men. The only way Cam is going to get minutes, unless there's an injury, is if there's an 11-man rotation, unless they just take Evan out of the rotation, which would be a very bold move for a guy they're paying $78 million to. So, but
Mhm.
Cam has got to have a great camp, and then maybe they could trade him. As we wrote, a source, a very good source, said that Cam would like a change of scenery.
Mark, I remember now a quickly question. Carmelo Anthony, in your opinion, will go to the Celtics, in your opinion? With the Knicks, I don't believe, but the Celtics or Miami Heat, what do you think? Sorry, I remember this question. I
Yeah, yeah.
I really need
Well,
to make.
before, I mean, I went on a 10-week leave. I had written about how the Knicks had internal talks about Carmelo. Obviously, Leon Rose is his former agent. Carmelo would love to be in New York. Right now, I think if they made that Donovan trade and gave up a lot of assets, a lot of their players, it was a 3-for-1 trade, there would be more roster spots open for him, and it would have made sense. But right now, the rotation is packed, so it would be tough for Carmelo to establish a spot. I mean, if there's another trade down the road where a roster opening occurs, maybe. But I think Carmelo is even better off going somewhere else like Miami. Miami didn't make a move. Miami didn't do a
Mhm.
thing in the offseason. That would be a nice little juice off the bench. And he loves Miami. So I think that could make sense. But Carmelo would love a farewell tour here in New York. Even if I wrote as a mentor to guys like Obi
Yes.
and Julius, someone who's been around forever. And I think even if Carmelo was on the roster last year and in that role, like maybe he could have talked Julius off the ledge, so to speak. But yeah, I
Yes.
think Carmelo, unless the Knicks make another trade to open up a roster spot, I'm not sure that Carmelo is the greatest fit right this moment.
And the NBA start. I miss the NBA, Mark Berman. I miss so much.
Yeah.
Knicks playing. I miss so much, man.
What about soccer?
Soccer. World Cup this year. World Cup this
Yes,
year.
that's it.
Neymar.
Yeah, I figure that is also a big thing for you. But
Yes.
no, it's great. I mean, Brazil, it's a place where basketball is obviously not the number one sport, but it really
Yes.
feels like there is a nice uh, fan base, considering there's no. I mean, there's a league there, right? A professional league, but
Yes.
it's great to see that the NBA has even attracted a lot of fans in Brazil.
In Brazil, so many people grow up the interest in about the NBA in Brazil. Grow
Yeah,
up so much. People like so much NBA in Brazil. And I am a Knicks fan since 92, Berman. 92.
wow,
I love this team. I love this team. And
that's
Knicks,
amazing.
Knicks hurts me, but I love the love,
You're
the
not
love,
alone. I
Berman, the
know
love.
it's whether it's Brazil
Complicate.
or Manhattan or Westchester, the Knicks fans, they take so much pain following this team. There's been so many losing seasons, especially in the last 21 years, and they still come into the season as excited and enthusiastic as ever. I'm
Yes.
amazed at fans not ever losing hope. It's amazing to see. You don't see that in other cities. There's a lot of bandwagon fans in places like Charlotte, even Memphis, New Orleans, Sacramento. I could go on, but I don't want to get in trouble in those cities.
Yes, I agree. Behrman, thank you so much. Thanks so much. Again
Yeah.
in this channel. Again. And
Thanks so much,
I hope,
Victor. I always enjoy it. And
yes,
I'm looking forward to
sure.
the subtitles.
Yeah, sure. Okay, thank you so
All
much,
right.
Behrman.
All
Take
right.
care.
Adios, Victor. Thanks so much. Take care.
Take care. Bye bye.
Queria comentar com vocês, né? Nós temos agora uma novidade aqui com relação ao Knicks Fans Brasil, que o canal agora pode ter o programa de membros, né? No YouTube. Então eu gostaria de pedir para você, você que puder, se inscreva também, né? Seja membro do Knicks Fans Brasil. Apenas R$ 7,99 por mês. Apenas R$ 7,99. E você vai ter vantagens exclusivas por ser membro do canal Knicks Fans Brasil. Uma delas, você vai ter grupo especial no WhatsApp, que você vai ter as notícias sempre antes, né? Vídeos e etc., sempre ditos antes para os membros. Benefícios que vão ser estudados ao longo do tempo, que vão ser exclusivos para vocês, além de sorteios, galera. Quem for membro vai ter essa vantagem, galera. Então, bora lá, participa e apoia o canal Knicks Fans Brasil, pessoal. Beleza?
I want your opinion about Jalen Brunson, Isaiah Hartenstein. What's your expectations about them?
Well, I expect Jalen Brunson to do what I saw him do when I was covering the Western Conference Finals, when I watched him with Dallas, and especially when Luka Doncic wasn't in the game or even wasn't playing. Like the first couple of games of the playoffs when they played Utah, Jalen Brunson was a star. I mean, he got to the basket. He got into the paint easily. He's not very big, but he's very strong. And he's a good finisher in the paint. He can score when he gets in the paint. And, in the NBA, if you can get if you can get past the first line of defense and get into the paint, now you're drawing different players over to you, and then you can start facilitating and passing. And I saw him do it at the highest level. I mean, I was seeing him do this against, the Phoenix Suns. I was seeing him do this against the Golden State Warriors in the Western Conference Finals. So I was like, all right, this guy can play. Like, he's good. So my expectations is that he's just going to do what he's been doing, and being a guy that can do something that a Knicks guard hasn't been able to do in a long time. And that is be that guy that can score and, facilitate, pass and, just make the defense react to him. I got to tell you, it's been 20 years since the Knicks had a guard who went to the All-Star game. 20 years. They've had good forwards, Carmelo Anthony, Kristaps Porzingis, Amari Stoudemire, Tyson Chandler's been to the All-Star. Like, they've had good forwards. They haven't had great guards in a long time. So Brunson, is a guy that can he get to that level? How about this? The last point guard to make the All-Star team from the Knicks, you weren't a fan yet. 1989. What were you doing in 1989?
Man,
that's when Mark
9 years
Jackson
old.
was an All-Star.
Whoa, Mark Jackson.
Yeah, a Knicks point guard has not been in the All-Star game since Mark Jackson in 1989. Can Jaylen Brunson end that drought? That's the question. So I expect high-end scoring and toughness out of him at that position.
I saw a post in New York Post. I made an interview with Zach Brasiler.
Yeah.
In your post, Derek Harper promised Knicks fans will love Jaylen Brunson.
Yeah.
What do you think about this post from Derek Harper? Say that.
Yeah. Oh, I trust him. I've talked to Derek several times. We've had him on our show.
Whoa.
And we've interviewed him, and I'm a big fan of Harp. And he's not a guy that will lie to you. He won't say that just to say it. He tells you that because from his eyes, what he sees and his experience of all the years that he's played the point guard position, he knows what he's looking at. And I think he really likes Jaylen Brunson. He knows what New York wants because he's played here. So he understands what fans want and demand and how tough it is to play here too, because of how intense it is. And he sees a player that is built for it and will do well. And I thought it was great to hear him say that. But I believe him, and I think he's right. I think Knicks fans will like Brunson's toughness. They will like a player that it's like you have great soccer players in Brazil who play all over the world, right?
Yes.
But when they play for Brazil, it's a little different, isn't it? Like, it means more. You go to the World Cup.
I agree.
And you play, you put on your country's jersey, and it's different. Well, in the NBA, I think when you grew up around the Knicks, like RJ Barrett, little picture with a Knicks hat on, he grew up in it, right? When you have that, so Jaylen Brunson, as you know the story, his dad played for the Knicks. Tom Thibodeau coached his dad. There's video of him at Knicks practice as a little kid, as a little boy.
I saw.
It's a little something different, isn't it? A little special.
Yes,
like when you have that, it's like coming home. So I'm putting this jersey on now, and it's a little different because this jersey represents what I grew up in this. So I'm home. So yeah, it's special. It's special.
And I like Jaylen Brunson. Jaylen Brunson play with your heart, your energy. I love your energy in the NBA, man.
Yes.
You talk now about it's from New York, child play in the Knicks, Man, I super believe Jalen Brunson playing well, né, in the Knicks, man. And
I do.
Isaiah Hartenstein, what do you think about the center?
I find I thought it was a very interesting signing because not a lot of people know about him. And I'd be honest, like I knew who he was, but I didn't know. Like if you said what kind of game does he have, I couldn't. Right, I couldn't tell you. I was like, he's a big guy, But then I started like looking into it. I asked a friend of mine from the Clipper organization, like, hey, what do you think of him? And I heard a lot of great things. He's going to fit because with that, especially if he's with the second unit, you need someone who's going to be able to pass the basketball around, which I'm told he's an underrated passer, a really good passer. And you need that when you've got a lot of like the second unit, Derrick Rose, Emmanuel Quickly. You got guys that are going to be doing a lot of running and getting up and down the floor and trying to score. Well, somebody's got to be the one that can move the ball and keep it moving. So there's that. He could be a better rebounder. I think some of the numbers show you that there are times that he's actually a better rebounder than his stats show. And that's something that the Clippers really wanted him to focus on. He's not a bad shot blocker, actually. He's a pretty good shot blocker at the rim. Now, he's not a great defender. He gets into foul trouble, so you worry about that. But with Tom Thibodeau as a coach, maybe they can, find some things and work with him and improve that area. He's not considered a stretch 4 or 5. Like he's not a big time 3-point shooter, but he can hit the 3. So you got to respect it. And so there's that. So it's a sneaky, interesting signing. And I'm curious to see how they will use him in their rotation,
Yes.
and what kind of impact he could have. But yeah, like when they did it, I was like, oh, wow. That's not a name I saw. I was not expecting this, but they were clearly
Yes.
scouting him. Yeah, they were definitely scouting him, and they thought he'd be a good fit. So, and he's still very young too, very young.
Man, in begin, I don't like it. Later, I like it.
Yeah,
When I like you, né? I don't know so much about the
right,
center.
right.
I like it. Your informations and yeah, I like it. The center.
Yeah,
I imagine it. Isaiah can be create space, open space,
right.
infiltrations for RJ Barrett, Jalen Brunson, Obi Toppin,
Yep.
dunks.
Mhm.
I believe Isaiah can be useful.
Yes.
Can open a space.
They don't
Uh,
have a player like him, right? None
yes,
of their
yes.
guys 6'10" or bigger are really that kind of like a lot of the Mitchell Robinson, right? Jericho Sims, like they're not guys that can play on the outside, on the perimeter. So
Yes,
he's kind of
yes.
unique. They don't have a player like that at his size who can also go out on the perimeter, can, pass the ball around, maybe shoot the 3 every now and then, but of course still have that size where on the defensive end, you're not playing small. And I think they really
Hmm.
felt like they were lacking that last year out of their big men. So, I like you, the more I heard, I asked some people about him, and this is what they told me. And then I said, all right, I watched a little bit of video. I said, all right, let's see how this fits. It's a very interesting signing.
Mitchell Robinson, for example, I like Mitchell Robinson, but Mitchell Robinson can shoot well,
Yeah.
and Isaiah shoots.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and I won't see Isaiah making pick and roll for Jalen Brunson. Man, I won't see. I am curious
Yeah.
about this guy
Yep.
playing.
Yeah.
Uh, I told you in begin.
Right.
Now I am curious.
Yeah. Well, when you
Okay.
don't know about somebody, that's how you get. At the beginning, you're like, why are we signing this guy? What are we doing this for? And then you're like, oh, all right. Let's see how this works. Okay. Like that's how these kind of signings go sometimes.
Queria comentar com vocês, né? Nós temos agora uma novidade aqui com relação ao Knicks Fans Brasil, que o canal agora pode ter o programa de membros, né, no YouTube. Então eu gostaria de pedir para você, você que puder, se inscreva também, né? Seja membro do Knicks Fans Brasil. Apenas R$ 7,99 por mês. Apenas R$ 7,99. E você vai ter vantagens exclusivas por ser membro do canal Knicks Fans Brasil. Uma delas, você vai ter grupo especial no WhatsApp, que você vai ter as notícias sempre antes, né? Vídeos e etc., sempre ditos antes para os membros. Benefícios que vão ser estudados ao longo do tempo, que vão ser exclusivos para vocês, além de sorteios, galera. Quem for membro vai ter essa vantagem, galera. Então, bora lá, participa e apoia o canal Nick Fans Brasil, pessoal. Beleza? E aí, pessoal, este foi mais um vídeo aqui no canal. What's up, Nick fans? All right, I am Victor Hatba from Nick Fans Brasil channel. Today, this super interview. This channel brings Jan Bagley. Welcome, welcome to the Nick Fans Brasil channel, bro.
Victor, how are you, man? It's great to be here.
So happy bring you in this channel. It's a great honor for me and Brazilians.
Hey, I'm happy to be talking Knicks with you, my friend, and I certainly respect your passion.
I love so much this team since 92, Bagley. Since 92.
You go way back.
Patrick Ewing, John Starks, and so many players.
Yeah.
But Jan, this channel, Nick Fans Brazil, I know you're famous on the Nick fans base around the world, but we have a lot of people who watch this channel and support other teams in Brazil. Do you can introduce yourself for Brazilians?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, I don't know how you define famous, but I appreciate the description of the Knicks fan base. But I would say that I've been covering the Knicks in the NBA for a little over 10 years. I was at ESPN for a while, started there covering the team, and then I came over to SNY probably three plus years ago, and been covering the Knicks and the Nets for SNY. So I've been around the team for a while. Prior to that, I was covering a little bit of everything in New York, pro sports wise: baseball, Mets and Yankees, football, Jets and the Giants, the Knicks and the Nets, and some hockey. And prior to that, I was cutting my teeth covering high school sports in New York City. So always been around the metropolitan area, and the last 10 years or so have been focused on the Knicks and the NBA.
Great. But your first time in Knicks Fans Brazil, okay? So I won't talk about the Knicks in this interview, of course. But first, I want to know more about you, Bagley, in your first interview on the channel. Can you tell me now how your passion for journalism, basketball, and the Knicks Nets started?
Absolutely. Yeah. I grew up a big sports fan back to when I was a young kid, just loved sports, would watch games, would watch Sports Center 6 times a day, way back when before social media. Just loved everything about sports. And I also enjoyed writing. And so in college, I just figured, why not give it a shot with sports journalism because of my passion for sports and for writing. And I was very lucky to have this career path. I worked hard in college, journalism, particularly covering sports at my university, and worked hard coming out, going to New York for an internship, and just was very lucky to have several opportunities, several people who believed in me, give me an opportunity to report and to write and to develop, and just very blessed to have been surrounded by the people I've been surrounded with, and get the opportunities that I've gotten, and here I am grinding away, still working hard and just trying to balance now work with family life, which sure many of you know how tough that is, and but it's fun when you have something you do that you're passionate about, and I'm certainly very passionate about this job.
I imagine it, bro. I imagine. I want to talk with you, Bagley. A quickly question, okay? About Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah.
Quickly. What's your opinion on Donovan Mitchell deal going wrong?
Yeah, I think that the Knicks, Utah, all along had wanted RJ Barrett in the deal, and some people with the Knicks were open to moving Barrett, others were not. Ultimately, the decision comes down to Leon Rose, and he was not comfortable with what Utah was asking for in addition in any RJ Barrett package. And that was probably at least three unprotected first round picks and multiple players. So the Knicks felt that they had enough to offer Utah to get a deal done. And I think that was the case even after negotiations broke off when RJ Barrett was offered that extension and agreed to that extension with the Knicks. Even then, I think the Knicks had enough to get a deal done, but they weren't comfortable making an offer that Utah couldn't refuse. They weren't comfortable including all the picks and all the players to get something done. And so they were a little bit more reserved in the negotiations. And I think that's where Cleveland was able to come in aggressively and finish the deal with the Jazz and get Donovan Mitchell.
Bagley, it's complicated for us in Brazil because Donovan Mitchell coming to the Knicks, it's very important because Knicks, it's a long time ago, a contender. It's complicated. In Brazil, it's more popular today. Golden State Warriors,
Mm.
Brooklyn Nets,
Mm-hmm.
and so many teams.
Sure.
But no, c'est la vie, like say the French. And yeah, Bagley, I want your opinion about the Barrett extension. What's your opinion about this? And I want your opinion about RJ Barrett. In your opinion, RJ Barrett can be a future All-Star or not, in your opinion?
Yeah, I think he can make all-star teams. I think, it depends on the teams that he's playing on and where he is in the hierarchy of those teams. But I think he's got the ability to make all-star teams. And when you talk about Barrett and in the context of the Donovan Mitchell deal, I thought that the Knicks would have been making a mistake if they included RJ Barrett in a Donovan Mitchell deal, in part because you bring back Donovan Mitchell, but you don't have RJ Barrett. What do you really have left after making that trade? Do you have enough left with Donovan Mitchell to be a contending team in the East? So that's why I thought the Knicks were wise to keep Barrett out of that deal. With regards to his extension, it makes a lot of sense to me because with Barrett, he's shown you over the last 3 years that he's able to improve year over year. He's shown you that he is a young player who can handle the New York market really well, doesn't really get shaken up at all, doesn't get upset about when things are not going well, when he's maybe being singled out by fans and media. He stays pretty even keel. So to me, this was a wise investment by the Knicks, and we'll see where Barrett is 2-3 years from now. But even if he's not a number one option, a number two option, he's still a player that can help you win games. So to me, that's why you do the deal that the Knicks did, and you don't think twice about it, because RJ Barrett, when things are right with your team, will help you win games.
I am suspect about RJ because I am a big fan. I am
Mhm.
big fan, Bagley, and I have a Funko, for example, RJ Barrett, Bagley. And I feel RJ Barrett in Knicks fan base so popular today
Mm,
with Knicks fans around the world, in Brazil, United States, Germany, and so many countries, Bagley.
hmm.
And okay, but really, I believe in this guy, Bagley. I believe. I
So you
believe.
feel like do you feel the Knicks made the right move? How does Brazil feel about the deal?
Um, so many Brazilians don't like it.
Mm,
So many angry about
hmm,
this.
hmm,
So angry, and so many Brazilians. It's okay about this. Uh, it's complicated because Utah wants so much in your price about Donovan Mitchell. I
hmm.
I really want Donovan Mitchell. I joke with Alan Hunt, for example, Spider-Man 4 coming to the Knicks. I joke about this, but uh, I
You
don't like
wanted it.
so much Danny Ainge. Danny Ainge is smart guy. It's a complicated young Bagley, Leon Rose, and Danny Ainge looks like for me a poker, play a poker.
Hmm.
Yeah. But in Brazil, no majoring about the subject, but so many Brazilians okay, and so many Brazilians angry about
Mm,
this.
hmm.
Uh,
Hmm.
it's complicated. It's complicated.
Understandable. Yeah.
It's
I, a lot of people wanted him home. He
yes.
wanted to come home. So I totally understand the frustration. And it was a big decision for the Knicks. I mean, no matter what happens this year, next year, they have to be right about this one because this was a major decision. It's going to have big implications for the franchise this year, next year, a couple years moving down the line. So it was a big call, and we'll see how it plays out.
Uh, I am so sad about this, but uh, stay in the past, Bagley. Stay in the past. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I I want to talk with you about the New York Knicks now. What's your expectations, Bagley, with the New York Knicks next season? This team with Jaylen Brunson, with Isaiah Hartenstein. What's your expectation with this team?
You know what? I think one thing that they have going for them is low expectations, right? They're not burdened by everybody thinking they're going to make a big leap from last year. I think the bar is low. And so to me, that's always a good thing for a young team that's hungry and trying to prove itself. If the expectations are low, you're not going to be, saddled by devastating reactions after every loss because people don't expect that much. So I think this club, um, with that and with the young pieces that they have, I don't think there's any reason why they shouldn't be in the hunt for the play-in tournament towards the end of the year. They should be, 36, 37, 38, 39 wins. You should be around there, and you should be in the hunt for the play-in tournament in the East, and then we'll see what happens. But I think you want to at least be there. I think missing the play-in tournament would be a big disappointment for this group, considering the moves that they made to get Jaylen Brunson, to clear up the money to get Jaylen Brunson, how things played out with the Donovan Mitchell negotiations. I mean, to miss the play-in tournament to me would be a big step back and a big disappointment for this group.
But what's your opinion about Jalen Brunson and Isaiah Hartenstein? Isaiah Hartenstein, in begin, Bagley, I don't like it.
Mm,
But so many people talking so many good things about this guy, and
hmm.
I see this player can be so useful for this team. He can open the floor. Jalen Brunson, Barrett, Randall, like so much making drives, infiltrations. I think interesting because the Knicks Mitchell Robinson, Jericho Sings, so Nerlens Noel, né? similars, né, players. And Isaiah Hartenstein, I see can be interested from the Knicks because good passer, different skills compared with Mitchell Robinson. And the Knicks don't have a good PG.
You know.
It's complicated.
Hmm.
Uh,
Hmm.
Jalen Brunson is not a franchise player. It's not a PG from my dreams, but a PG solid PG. But I want your opinion about these two guys. Do you like it, Isaiah Hartenstein, for example? What's your opinion?
Yeah, I think Isaiah, you hit it earlier, Victor. He gives the Knicks something as a center that they haven't had in a couple of years. A center who has some versatility on the offensive end, face the basket, can make passes, can knock down a jump shot. So, they'll be able to spread the floor a bit with Hartenstein on the floor, and that's something they weren't able to do much with Mitchell Robinson and Nerlens Noel. So I think that's an encouraging element there that Hartenstein brings to the Knicks, and also Jalen Brunson. They've been seeking consistency at the point guard spot. You've been rooting for this team since '92, so for the last like 20 plus years, they've been looking for consistency at point guard, and obviously Jalen Brunson. They hope they've found it. You said it. He's not a franchise changing player. He alone is not going to bring you a championship. But I think the hope is that he can elevate everyone on this young core with this Knicks team, and he can help them develop and improve over the course of the year, make them better, get them easier shots, and really elevate everybody to the point where the young core looks attractive to maybe the next free agent or the next disgruntled star that's looking out and looking to get out of his current situation. And maybe the Knicks look a little bit more attractive because Jalen Brunson is running the show. And again, getting easier looks for Julius Randle, RJ Barrett, and everybody else in the group. So I think that's a realistic expectation for Brunson. But if you look at Brunson and you think, oh, he's going to get us to, the 3 seed, the 2 seed, he's the key, he alone is going to do it, I think you have unrealistic expectations for Brunson.
Nick fans will be patience with this team. It's complicated. It's complicated because long time Bagley. If a great team, I remember Bagley in the 90s with
Mm-hmm.
Patrick Ewing, John Starks, Anthony Mason. Oh man, I miss you so much. The Knicks great again, bro. And do you think Jalen Brunson can help Julius Randle? Knicks fan base disappointed with Julius Randle and angry. Do you think Jalen Brunson can help this guy?
I think so. I do. The interesting thing to me is with Julius Randle, effective with the ball in his hands. RJ Barrett had the ball in his hands a lot last year. Jalen Brunson, in order for him to impact the game, would need the ball in his hands. But also, you look at how he played in Dallas. He played off of Luka Doncic, and Luka Doncic had the ball in his hands a lot. So I think he's accustomed to and can thrive in that complementary role, Jalen Brunson. And that's why I think he can help a player like Julius Randle. It's just going to be interesting to me, the hierarchy, how they figure out the hierarchy of Randle, Brunson, Barrett, and then whoever else is sharing the floor. Who's the number one option, and how do those shots get allocated. That to me is something that they have to figure out over the course of training camp and the preseason. But I do think in a vacuum, Jalen Brunson can elevate Julius Randle, get him easier shots, and get him going in a way that we didn't see last year from Randle often.
And what's your opinion on the younger players in the Knicks? What do you expect from them?
Yeah, I think Quentin Grimes, you're going to see a bigger role for Quentin Grimes. I think that Tom Thibodeau was a big Grimes fan. There were people that didn't want Grimes to be moved to Utah in the Donovan Mitchell deal. So I would assume that he gets more minutes. I think Manuel quickly, at least early on, in the preseason. I think I would expect him to get some more minutes. That's been a plan that's been discussed internally. Beyond that, I'm not sure what to expect because you look at Obi Toppin, the Julius Randle Obi Toppin dynamic is still there. It hasn't gone anywhere. So does Toppin get more minutes? How does that happen? If he does Julius Randle play the three? I'd be surprised if that happened. Do Toppin and Randle share the court together in a 4-5 lineup? Then you're taking away either Mitchell Robinson or Isaiah Hartenstein. So that's not a clear path. So it's going to be interesting to see how Toppin gets minutes and where those minutes come from. And also, you look at Cam Reddish. I don't see a clear pathway for him to get on the court unless the Knicks trade Evan Fournier. And then, if you move off of Fournier, then there's more of a path for Reddish to get out there on the floor. So, I think there's still questions around when you look at the younger players, where the minutes are coming from in some of those instances. And those are going to be decisions that Tom Thibodeau makes night in and night out over the course of this season. But it starts in training camp and it starts in the preseason. And I think with Thibodeau, if you're a player who comes in to camp in strong shape and regular season conditioning, you're going to have a leg up on the competition and you're going to earn some points with the head coach. So be interesting to see who comes into camp in good shape and what that means for that player or those players in terms of rotation spots or minutes.
Okay. The last question. Bagley.
Yes, sir.
I want to talk with you about the rumors. Are there any rumors about the Knicks that you can talk to us about, or do you think the cast is closed for the season?
Yeah, I don't think that they're shut off in terms of not making any moves between now and any time during the year. I don't think that's the case. I think there's different scenarios being discussed and being thought of. Like there are players who are available who the Knicks, I believe, are kind of keeping tabs on. A player like Evan Fournier, he was in trade talks for much of the year with the Donovan Mitchell deal. So I would wonder if teams continue to ask about him and where the Knicks' interest level in dealing Fournier is. They've talked about it a lot. So I certainly don't think the door is closed on anything, but particularly when you talk about Fournier and maybe some of the other, even young players, the idea that maybe there's a deal to be made. I don't think the Knicks are going to be hanging up the phone on any teams that call and are expressing interest in players on their roster.
I heard so much. I ask to you because I hear rumors about Russell Westbrook, Carolis LaVer for Evan Fournier, Julius Randle interest from Phoenix Suns, from John Gambadoro, from Arizona Radio.
Mm-hmm.
And I hear in Brazil so about these rumors because I in Brazil, man, we love your Twitter because so many Brazilians research Ian Bagley posted, people send to me send to my group. So it's very important, Bagley. And
I appreciate the love. I appreciate that, my friend. Thank you.
man, I really happy, thank you so much, in the future, Bagley, this channel will make a trip from New York, me and more 20 Brazilians with me
Oh,
from New York.
wow.
Yes.
You guys are coming to
Yeah.
the garden, huh?
Uh-huh.
I like it. I like it. Well, you got
Yes.
to keep me posted, man. I would love to say hello when you're in the garden with your group. You got to let me know when you're here.
I really hope meet you in New York.
Yeah, let's
So
do
thank
it.
you so much. Sorry.
All
I
good. All
really
good.
I really hope meet you in New York. And Bagley, I know about your time, and I really thank you so much about your presence in this channel. It's very important for me and Brazilians. I hope see you in the future in this channel. I hope you enjoy talking with me. My
Oh
English
yeah.
is not perfect, man, but I try my best. Okay,
Nah,
I try my best.
Victor, I loved it, man. I loved it. I appreciate you having me. I appreciate and respect your passion for the team that I cover, and it's fans like yourself that I hope that they can turn it around, can figure it out sometime soon. Because I just want people like yourself to have something to root for and to get excited about. But I appreciate you having me on, man. It was great talking to you, and yeah, let me know when you're at MSG. Let's say hello.
Opa. Great, bro. Take care, and I see you in the future.
Sounds good,
Take
Victor. Be
care.
well.
Bye bye.
Queria comentar com vocês, né? Nós temos agora uma novidade aqui com relação ao Knicks Fans Brasil, que o canal agora pode ter o programa de membros, né? No YouTube. Então eu gostaria de pedir para você, você que puder, se inscreva também, né? Seja membro do Knicks Fans Brasil. Apenas R$ 7,99 por mês. Apenas R$ 7,99. E você vai ter vantagens exclusivas por ser membro do canal Knicks Fans Brasil. Uma delas, você vai ter grupo especial no WhatsApp, que você vai ter as notícias sempre antes, né? Vídeos e etc. sempre ditos antes para os membros. Benefícios que vão ser estudados ao longo do tempo, que vão ser exclusivos para vocês, além de sorteios, galera. Quem for membro vai ter essa vantagem, galera. Então, bora lá, participa e apoia o canal Knicks Fans Brasil, pessoal. Beleza? E aí, pessoal, este foi mais um vídeo aqui no canal Knicks Fans Brasil. Espero que vocês tenham gostado, né? E como é de praxe, pessoal,
What's up, Nick fans? All right, I am Victor Hatiba from Nick Fans Brasil channel. Today, again, my special guest, Ashley Nicole Moss. Welcome again in
Hi.
this channel. Channel.
I know it's been a while. I'm excited to be back. It's fun. I'm looking forward to it.
Great honor. I talked with you in backstage. So before New York Knicks, I want to talk with you about the biggest rumor in this off season. I want your opinion about Donovan Mitchell deal going wrong. What's your opinion about this?
I would have loved to have Donovan in New York. He's a great guy. I know him, and like I said, he's a great player, and I've said that before. Great person. He's a hometown kid from the area, so it would have been great. It would have been the perfect storyline, if you will. But I think it became evident that the Jazz were going to ask for a lot for him. And, when you have a lot to offer, a team looking to move a player is going to try to go ahead and reap the benefits. That's normal. I don't think that the Jazz were trying to do anything, out of the ordinary. If you are going to a team looking to trade your player and that team has a lot of things you can get in return, you're going to try to get every single thing. But I think the Knicks were smart and they offered smart packages, and they offered packages that weren't going to set them back. I think they've kind of learned their lesson. We've done that in the past. You look at Carmelo Anthony, perfect example. You traded a bunch of young guys, a big part of the house away, and ultimately it didn't amount to any real success in terms of a championship, right? So I think that the Knicks learned their lesson. They weren't going to go ahead and rock the boat that much. And they ultimately made a decision that was best for them, and that was walking away from a deal that wasn't going to go ahead and work for them in the long term. I think that if Donovan was going to be the piece that made this team a championship team right away, I think then that's a different conversation. Then maybe you pull the trigger and maybe you go ahead and you do what needs to be done. I think they knew that he wasn't going to be the championship piece that this team needed. So to go ahead and make the move for him at the extent that the Jazz were asking just didn't make sense. So I'm not mad at it at all. It's disappointing, but I'm not mad.
Me too. I agree. I joking with Alan Han in this channel. Spider-Man 4 coming to the Knicks? No. Spider-Man 4, no coming. But it's okay. C'est la vie. C'est la vie.
Right.
Uh, um, so we talking about Spider.
Mhm.
I want to talk with you about RJ Barrett. Né? What's your opinion on the RJ Barrett extension?
Well, you know I love RJ Barrett, so I'm extremely excited. That's my guy. I call him the sixth god, but I call him the nine god because he wears the number nine from Toronto, and Drake's the sixth god. But Maple Mamba, Broadway Barrett, whatever you want to call him, I'm excited. You know, RJ is the type of guy who, is clearly built for New York. This is the city he was drafted to, and he's grown up through it, and he's still growing. He's so young, you forget it, right? Because he's been here for so long, but he's still so young, but he's so poised and he's so prepared, and he's just a grade A guy on and off the court. And one thing I love about RJ is he gets consistently better each and every season, and you can see those changes and you can see those developments in his game. Um, and I think that's so important because especially in a major city like New York, there's so many eyes on you. There's such a spotlight that if you're not getting better, people will know and the fans will know and they'll hold you accountable. And I think that he knows where he needs to grow and where he needs to get better, and he focuses on that, and it shows in his game. So to have that type of leadership, to have that type of dedication, not only to the fan base and to the franchise and the city, but to your own craft as a player. I mean, we're so lucky to have him, and I'm just really excited that we were able to get that deal done, and that he's going to be part of the Knicks for a little while to come. So, and hopefully forever, but at least we know for 4 years. So,
In the last interview, I love RJ Barrett. I
yeah,
love RJ Barrett. I super believe in this guy, Ash. Or, or ever, RJ Barrett for me will be a future All Star. You
nice.
see, you see in the future.
You're strong.
Yeah. So let's talk about this new New York Knicks.
Mm,
Okay, I want to talk with you about Jaylen Brunson and Isaiah Hartenstein.
yeah.
What's your opinion about these guys in New York Knicks?
Well, Jaylen, I think, the obvious, he provides the much needed stability at the point guard position, right? We've kind of been going through it when it comes to the point guard, and to have a stable force at that position is going to make all the difference. I know point guards are kind of hybrids now. You don't see like a lot of true point guards anymore. Kyrie, for example, scores a lot more than, say, a traditional point guard does, or at least is supposed to. But I think that Jalen Brunson is going to, regardless of if he scores more than the position traditionally asked for, he's still going to be that driving force to help run the offense. And that's the most important thing, because if you look at a lot of the games that were close, whether we won or lost, or especially the games that we lost, it comes down to not having someone on the floor, that floor general, to run the offense. So he's going to be monumental in that. He seems to already have a good repertoire with the guys. The video of him, RJ and Jaylen at Media Day, or Content Day, as the Knicks were calling it, was great. And I think, Isaiah, he provides a more of a multi-dimensional big man rather. He has abilities to score the ball, and go ahead and make a lot of playmaking abilities and things like that. That's a little bit more of that new hybrid big man versus a Mitchell Robinson, who I think tends to be more of a traditional big man. His scoring is a little bit up and down. It seems like this guy is going to be more of a multi-dimensional player in that regard. So it's going to be super beneficial. And again, he provides the size, which is much needed on the floor for the New York Knicks. So I think both, great pickups. I know I was a little apprehensive about the money we gave Jaylen Brunson, only because I think the team's still going to need some more additional pieces. But if he can go ahead and provide what the Knicks need, and it seems like there's a lot of faith in him to be able to do that, then it will be worth it in the long run. So,
Jalen Brunson in beginning, like you, I don't like the price, but
Yeah.
Knicks need so much solid PG, and I believe Jalen Brunson can help so much this team. And Isaiah Hartenstein in begin, I don't like it. I don't like it. But so many people, Ash, so many people talking
Yeah.
with me about this guy said good things, and now I like it. Yeah, and I am curious. Open the floor
Yeah.
from drives. Jalen Brunson, RJ Barrett, Julius Randle, like the drives in
Yeah.
your games.
He's gonna really
So
help. He's gonna really help to stretch that defense, which is gonna be huge. So you know, it's a good pickup. It's not costing an arm and a leg. So it's a nice little acquisition,
but is the same price compared with Nerlens Noel, 8
right?
millions.
Yeah. So
Eh,
hopefully he'll be more what's the word, beneficial to the team than
yes,
Noel was. So
different skills compared with Mitchell Robinson, Jericho Sings. I like Jericho Sings, for example, too. And I think interest. I am curious about this player with Obi Toppin, with so many players, Isaiah Hartenstein.
yeah.
Coming soon, Isaiah in the garden. Uh, so I am curious too about our opinion in this channel. I talked so much with the Knicks fans, uh, comparate Grimes and Fournier. In your opinion, which player do you prefer to be a starter, Grimes or Fournier? In your
So
opinion?
Fournier, I think is the best spacer on the team. So I can understand the rationale of wanting to start him. For me, though, I tend to prioritize defense, and Grimes is a better defensive player. It'll be interesting though if Tibbs was, the type of coach who was a little bit more flexible in his lineups. I would say, start Evans, see how it works for say 10 to 20 games. If it's just not working, then switch out to Grimes and lose that spacing, but you get that defensive ability back. Tibbs has shown that he's a little bit stubborn with his lineup. So for me, knowing that, I would prefer to have Grimes in the starting lineup just straight off the bat. Um, because like I said, I prioritize defense, the spacing. I feel like there's workarounds behind that. I think you need to go ahead and just have a defensive force at all times. That's more important to me. So for me, I would be starting Grimes in my lineup come October, what is it, 17th or whatever the first game is. So is that gonna happen? Probably not. But if it were up to me, that would be the starting lineup, and Fournier would come off the bench. So
Me too. Me too. I talked so much with so many people about this. I prefer Grimes starter, and Fournier can be so useful from this team, from the bench. From the
yeah,
bench, it's a really good player in 3 points. Nah? But it's my opinion. It's my
yeah,
opinion. The coach, it's tips.
right.
Um, Talking about tips, do you see new style from tips? Beer now, like me.
I see the
New
beard.
look.
I see the beard. Listen, I'm a fan of beard, so I'm not mad at it. If that new style,
Yeah.
if that new style is going to translate to new coaching style is the question. I think, Tibbs is, like we've all said, he's stubborn and he's stuck in his ways, and he goes into the game with a particular mindset and a particular lineup in his mind, and he doesn't really waver from that. It's not something
Mhm.
that he is very willing to budge on, and that's been detrimental in a lot of situations where games have been close and games have
Mhm.
been stolen, and we were right there in it, and just a matter of adjusting the lineup to adhere to what was happening on the court. So I hope that some of that stubbornness goes away this season. I hope that we see more flexibility in the lineups and the coaching decisions and time management of certain players. I can understand giving the vets certain privileges and leeway that you don't give the younger guys because they've earned it, right? They've been in the game, they've been in
Mhm.
the system, whether it's not just the Knicks system, but the NBA system as a whole. They've earned certain privileges, and I get that, and I'm not mad at it. That's just the inner workings of the NBA, and you're not going to bench one of your vets for a rook or for a young guy after a couple of bad games or a bad mistake. But you
Uh-huh.
also have to go ahead and look at the season as a whole. And it's not personal, it's business, and it's about winning games. And people's egos can be pushed to the side. And, you have those conversations with those guys and you let them know, like, hey, look, winning games is the biggest priority. And
Mhm.
if you play well, I'm going to play you. If you don't play well, we're going to make some adjustments. And I think it's important to have those conversations from the beginning and set that precedent. And hopefully he's doing that.
In Brazil, Ash, so many people angry with the chips in the last season. So many people. In my channel, two hashtags in the last season. Uh, fire tips and trade Randall.
No,
Yes.
I don't like those
Yes, two
hashtags.
hashtags. So many people in Brazil with the hashtags. Uh, it's complicated. Understand people, the patience, Nick fans. I talked with you in the last interview about this. The patience from Nick space. It's complicated because
It
so
is.
long time this team is
Yeah,
not a contender.
right. No, I totally get it. It's hard to be patient when you've been patient for what, 8 years? It's been a long time. But I think that you have to, with the patience comes, the recognition of where we are, and we're a lot better
Mhm.
than where we were. So that's important to recognize. I can understand the frustration and wanting things immediately and wanting things, to see that return on on all the despair and make it worth
Yes.
it. But I think it's important. It's more important to do things correctly than to do them quickly. And what I mean
Mhm.
by that is, I'm not saying the Knicks shouldn't be aiming for the playoffs every single year. That should always be the goal, right? Because you're no longer in those very early rebuilding stages. You have a lot of pieces that you should be in the playoffs. Now, will you be a top seed? Maybe not, but you could be a middle seed, a lower seed, but you should be in the conversation every single year from this point forward and working towards that championship and that parade and constantly getting better. And the people within the organization, players included, should be held accountable for what they do good and what they do bad. And I think that it's okay to be frustrated and it's okay to want great things from the team, but it's also important to be realistic. And realistically, it's not
Mhm.
going to happen overnight. It's I know it's been a long time. We're just going to have to wait a little bit longer, but
It's complicated. It's complicated. I talked with you in the last interview. I am Nick fan since '92. In '92, I remember Patrick Ewing, John Starks, Anthony Mason, and so many players. It's complicated. It's
yeah,
complicated.
it's
But
it's hard, it's difficult.
but I love this team, Ash. I love this team. I love. So I understand. I hope this team in 2 3 years more strong in this league. I really, really, really. But but 2 years ago, this team nobody believes this team in playoffs. Knicks in four. Four seed. Four
Yeah.
seed. Okay. And
I mean, some people will say, we reap the benefits of a really bad situation with the pandemic and things like that. But I think also some of that's probably true. And I think a lot of teams did. It was no fans,
yes.
it was different environments. And I think that worked for the advantage of a lot of teams. I don't think the Knicks were, the minority in that conversation. I think it was the case for a lot of people. But I think with that, you also saw a lot of good things. You saw what this team could
Mhm.
be. And, to do that with not a lot of pieces. Remember, we did that with the team of Derrick Rose, Julius Randle, RJ Barrett. It wasn't like we went ahead and, did that with this great team. It was a team that was desolate in a lot of ways. And it just goes to show what is possible with these guys. And now that you've gotten even better, it shows you, what you should be aiming for. And again, the situations are different.
Mhm.
Obviously it's teams have gotten better in the East. The East is no longer the East, honestly, might be the better conference now. It's different. It's gonna be hard. But I think that this team is capable, and it's just about making sure the pieces you have work well together and how you can go ahead and work with what you got until you start going to that next tier and building and preparing for that next level.
And the Julius Randle, in your opinion, can be better now with Jalen Brunson in this team?
Absolutely. I think people, don't give Julius the benefit of the doubt. And I get it. New York's a tough place to play. It's a tough place to be from. People are rough around the edges and we're not always the nicest. But I think Julius, he had a bad season and whatever was going on with him personally and professionally, it started to blend. And I think that people forget that athletes are human, and they go through
Mhm.
things just like we do. And, I think about you on your worst day or a really hard point in your life and still having to go in front of, national television and full arenas and play when you're not 100% okay. It's got to be difficult and it weighs on you. I think he's in a much better place. He looks great. Like the videos of him training and conditioning, he looks fantastic. And I think with Julius, it was also a little bit on coaching and management in front office. I think he went into that season thinking his role was going to be one thing and it ended up being something different. And that confusion only adds to your frustration when it's not resulting in wins. I think that everyone needs to have a clear, concise idea of what their role is. And I think that makes all the
Mhm.
difference. When you go into a game, when you go into a season and you know who's your primary ball handler, you know who your closer is, you know who your enforcer is, you know what everyone's role is, it makes you be able to perfect that box, to perfect that role and focus on that. When you go in there and you're like, okay, what am I doing today? Like whose job is what? It adds confusion, not just for you, but for the team. And it's frustrating for everybody watching it. So I think he's going to be much better. I think there's going to be a clear, concise, this is your role, Julius, this is what I need you to do. And I think he's going to be good in it.
For me, it's big problem in Julius Randle in the last season here.
Right.
Julius Randle, better in your mind, your personal life, etc. For me, I just want Julius play well, guy, play well with
Absolutely.
this team. For me, I love New York Knicks. I like Barrett, Derrick Rose, but I love New York Knicks. Okay, Julius Randle play better. For me, it's good. Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So I want your opinion too about the younger roster. What's your opinion about these younger players?
Love them. Big fan of everything they've showcased. Obviously, I'm a big fan of Emmanuel Quickly and Obi Toppin. I have been since day one. I was so excited when we drafted Obi. He was who I wanted from the jump. Like I told Knicks fans after his rough season, you got to be patient. He didn't have a true rookie experience. So it made it a little bit he was supposed to be quote unquote NBA ready, but no rookie is really NBA ready unless you're like the second coming of Michael Jordan. And even he had stuff he had to work on. So I think that with a true rookie experience like he had, in his second year. He wasn't a rookie at that point, but he had the rookie experience a year later. You can see much more confidence from him. You can see much more, more clear vision of what he's doing, what his role is, stuff like that. But I love them. I think there's so much promise there. I'm so glad we got to keep them together. That was one of my things that I was really worried about with the Donovan Mitchell situation. I didn't want to get rid of the young guys. I think there's so much promise there. And I think whenever you can take a guy and grow him within the same organization from when he's young to when he starts to enter his prime years, you really can see the true benefits of that. Look at RJ Barrett. You know what I mean? You look at a player like a John Morant. You look at some of the other guys across the league, Jason Tatum. When you can take a guy and develop him and mold him consistently from season to season within the same organization and keep a stability of foundation, keep the same coaching staff, keep the same front office, which the Knicks have had a problem with in the past, but we're getting better at it. It's beneficial, and I'm a big fan. I hope they get more playing minutes. I hope Tibbs plays the kids, as we like to say.
Yes.
I think they're ready, and I think that they're ready and they'll reap the benefits of more playing time. It's only going to help them in the future. So
this expression, play the kids, I hear so
play kids.
so much. Do you watch Leon Rose interview with Alan Hub and Leon Rose?
I didn't, but I saw some clips on Twitter. It was it was an interesting conversation. It was an interesting conversation because
I think soft.
Yeah.
Interview. In my opinion, but
Yeah.
I ask it to you, Ash, because I am worried in this team about Ken Reddish, for example. In your opinion, this guy can be a chance in this team, because I think this player can be so useful from this team. I like this guy.
I like Cam Reddish a lot too. I was definitely disappointed with his lack of minutes last season. He seemed ready and willing to go ahead and get out there. Confused on his lack of using it really. So I hope that changes. I know there was some reports out there that he was frustrated, he wanted to leave, and maybe there's some truth to that, but you have to understand when you are not being utilized and you're ready to play and you're willing to play and you're willing to go ahead and put in the work and you just don't get that opportunity, it's frustrating. These guys are competitors. They want to go out there and play games. They want to win. So when you don't get the opportunity to do that, it's frustrating. I saw a clip that the Knicks put out recently, earlier today, with Cam Reddish, speaking, and he handled it well, the questioning well, and he's ready to go. So I hope that Tibbs, is taking notes of all of this, and I hope that the guys who are prepared to play and ready to go get those opportunities. And I hope that he's part of that equation, because I feel like he can add a lot to the team for sure.
Me too. I want to see more Kickley. I am a big fan from Kickley too. I want to see so many guys from these younger players. So the last question, Ashley. What's your expectations with the New York Knicks in the next season? What's your opinion? Do you believe in playoffs? Even talk play-in? What's the Knicks winning streak for the season? Talk with me about.
I try my very best not to go into expectations with the New York Knicks.
Slow.
It's how I protect myself from the pain. I think that a lot of the fat has been trimmed. I think that we have a great team. I'm definitely a fan of the squad that we've put together.
Mm-hmm.
I know the East is extremely competitive. There's a lot of great teams. There are teams that have gotten better. Boston's out there, and the Nets are at full force now. Milwaukee and Miami and Atlanta, and there's a lot of competition. So it's not going to be an easy task at all. But I think that what's important is that you compete. One thing I really liked about the Knicks team that went to that fourth seed in the playoffs the year before last was it was a team that when they stepped onto the court, whether you were the Lakers or the Bucks or
Mhm.
the Golden State Warriors, they felt that they could beat you. They had that tenacity about them. They had that New York grittiness, that gulliness, as we like to call it. And they didn't care who you were. They were going to go out there and they were going to compete and they were going to try to win. And you lost that last season. They looked defeated before the game even began, or the first sign of trouble, the first sign of things not going well. It's almost like they gave up. So for me, I want that tenacity back. I want to see that. I want to see the heart. I want to see the drive to go ahead and compete. And listen, you're not going to win every single game. It's not going to be easy. You're going to go on losing streaks. It's going to get frustrating. You're going to go into cities. You're not going to get the calls.
Yes.
Superstars are going to get superstar calls, and the Knicks notoriously don't get a lot of love from the refs. And it's going to be a difficult season. 82 games, difficult season. But if you compete each and every one, that's what the fans want to see. They want to see you give it your all. So for me, my expectation is that I want to see you guys compete. I want to see you guys step on that court looking to win every single game, regardless of how it plays out, playing 4 quarters of basketball, 4 quarters of offense, 4 quarters of defense. And regardless of that outcome, I can say, you know what? We tried. Next one. Here we go. Next one. So obviously playoffs is a goal, but for me, my main goals, I want to see these guys compete. And when you compete, when you put in the work, good things happen. So that's my expectation.
Whoa, I totally agree. I will need put claps in this part in this interview.
I could be a coach,
Whoa,
right?
whoa,
Tibbs needs to call
whoa,
me. I could be his assistant.
whoa! I totally agree with you. Whoa, I can't say nothing later. Your comments. So actually, I just want to see the Knicks great. I just want, but we have a patience. We need um, believe in this job from chips. This thing it's complicated. It's complicated in Brazil actually.
Yeah.
So many people, another teams, channels, joking so much about the Knicks, so much.
Yeah,
I
it's
talked,
low hanging fruit, whatever.
I talked with American friends, talking with me in United States, out from New York, is the same like in
Mhm.
Brazil. It's complicated. I just want the Knicks no jokes more with this team. Ah, yeah, Ashley. Oh my
I
God, it's
I know.
complicated.
We all
It's com-
do, but listen, patience. And the Knicks jokes, they're old. The Knicks jokes aren't even funny anymore. They're old jokes. I've been hearing them since I was like 10. It's not funny anymore. So I'm not worried about that. The Knicks will be fine. It's just not everyone needs to just know it's not gonna happen overnight. But I have a good feeling about this squad. So fingers crossed.
uh, 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 I believe too. I believe too. I agree totally with you. I just say thank you, Ashley. Thank you,
Of course.
really. Thank you so much. Thanks so much. I really happy with
Oh,
you in this channel. I hope, really hope you enjoy again. Uh, I will put subtitles now later in this video. I hope you like it and
I will.
you come
Yeah,
back in the
I will.
future. And I hope meet you in when this channel make a trip. I will I will tell so before this trip, but really thank you so much for your time.
Of
I
course.
know you're very busy. I am big fan from your job,
Oh,
really. I am big
thank
fan
you.
from your job, and I like you so much. For me, it's a great honor. I really happy here. Thank you so much, Ashley.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and I hope see you again in this channel.
Definitely.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much. Peace. Bye bye.
queria comentar com vocês, né? Nós temos agora uma novidade aqui com relação ao Knicks Fans Brasil, que o canal agora pode ter o programa de membros, né? No YouTube. Então eu gostaria de pedir para você que puder, se inscreva também, né? Seja membro do Knicks Fans Brasil. Apenas R$ 7,99 por mês. Apenas R$ 7,99. E você vai ter vantagens exclusivas por ser membro do canal Knicks Fans Brasil. Uma delas, você vai ter grupo especial no WhatsApp, que você vai ter as notícias sempre antes, né? Vídeos e etc. sempre ditos antes para os membros. Benefícios que vão ser estudados ao longo do tempo, que vão ser exclusivos para vocês, além de sorteios, galera. Quem for membro vai ter essa vantagem, galera. Então, bora lá, participa e apoia o canal Knicks Fans Brasil, pessoal. Beleza? E aí, pessoal, este foi mais um vídeo aqui no canal Knicks Fans Brasil.
It was probably the coolest.
Up, Knicks fans. All right. I am Victor Hatiba from Knicks Fans Brasil channel. Today, I received a great interview, I am so happy for bringing in the Knicks Fans Brasil channel, Maria from New York. Welcome to the Knicks Fans Brasil channel.
Obrigada. Bom dia.
Great. So happy bringing you in this channel.
See you, Victor. Nice to finally meet you.
First of all, do you can introduce yourself for Brazilians?
Yes. So, of course, my name is Maria from New York City. I'm a teacher from New York City, actually. And I used to have a Knicks channel called The Knicks Chick on YouTube. I don't do it anymore. I felt like I was complaining too much on it. We went through some hard times, but now I have a Knicks clothing line and I'm the biggest Knicks fan, and I'm working on converting all my students to be the next generation of Knicks fans. That's my job now.
Oh, people, you have your Instagram from Maria. Oh, so many pictures. Oh, very cool about the Knicks. Bloods in the Garden, I saw in your Instagram.
Great book.
So many countries. Countries.
Not
It's a
Brazil yet.
great pictures.
Brazil coming soon.
Yes. And I am curious. Brazilians curious. How start, né? Your passion with basketball, with the Knicks? How start?
My passion for basketball probably started from my father when I was a really little girl. So my dad loved basketball. My family is from Croatia. So they were, yeah. So there's a picture in my living room of my father and Dražen Petrovic. So he was, he's our golden child. So I grew up always hearing a lot about Dražen Petrovic. So I loved basketball, and we would go to the court and play. And my dad, like every European, thought he had a good hook shot, and it was a lot of fun. So I fell in love with the game of basketball when I was very, very young. But my father and mom, my whole family then became Bulls fans. So I didn't get my Knicks passion from them. They were Bulls fans because not of Jordan, but because of Tony Kukoc. So they just followed the Bulls players. Yeah. So, but watching when you grow up in New York City in the 90s, you're watching some of the best basketball that the Knicks ever played, right? So while they were watching the Bulls, I'm watching the Knicks and I'm falling in love with that team. I'm like, this is the grit, the grind. John Starks, just like, I don't know, my heart just connected to John Starks right away as a kid. So yeah, my dad is definitely the reason behind my passion for basketball, but the Knicks of the 90s just kind of took over my heart while I was watching them growing up. And then I always played for fun when I was younger, and I coached girls once I started teaching. So I've always been around basketball.
I totally understand you. I talked with you in backstage, né? With me is Patrick Ewing and Mega Drive from Sega.
Yes.
Let's all the same times, all the same times.
Yeah.
And I'm curious too. Oh, I saw in your Instagram
Uh-huh.
you and Knicks games.
Yeah.
So many Knicks
All
games.
the time. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I am curious. Can you tell some cool histories at Madison Square Garden? Did you know any player? Tell for us.
I have so many stories at the garden, so I'm gonna try to. When I was younger, I was crazy. I used to go with an orange wig to the games. One time, I ran past security just so that I could meet Walt Clyde Frazier, so I could take a picture with him. But I think the coolest story I have is that after one game, it was actually a charity event. It wasn't even at a Knicks game. Anthony Mason, the late Anthony Mason, was there, and I just walked up to him and I challenged him to a one-on-one, and he accepted. And so I got to play. It was so cool. I got to play on the garden floor, one of my favorite players from the 90s of all time on the Knicks. And he beat me, but I did score. I did score though. So it was probably the coolest moments of all the moments I've had there. Just that I got to play against him. I got to be on the garden floor and I got to make a shot. So somebody has the video somewhere. I have to see if I can find it. So rest in peace, but that was a great moment for me.
I want to see this video. I want to see this video.
Me too. I don't know where my friend there's some pictures, but the video, it was people that were working at Madison Square Garden. So I saw them taking the video. I just don't know where it is. Maybe I can have it today.
I make it in this channel interview with Anthony Mason Jr.
Yeah.
and Antoine Mason. Later this interview, I will talk with Junior about
Yes, please tell him.
Junior, do you have a video from?
Yeah. That would be awesome.
Oh, very cool.
Yes,
very cool.
That was
very
a great
cool.
moment. The garden is full of great moments. It's always something when you're there,
And the game was the most special game you saw in Madison Square Garden?
That's hard. So I want to say this season, the opener. The opener was one of the best games I've seen in a long time. It was a double overtime win over the Celtics. Evan Fournier and Julius Randle had great games. We're not to talk about how the rest of the season went after that, but that game, the fact that it was after the playoffs and we had the uphill battle and the heartbreak, seeing Julius come out that strong, seeing the double overtime, the fact that it was the Celtics who we have the rivalry against, it was electric. I mean, it was crazy at the Garden. But I probably have to, so that was great. But the playoffs just last year, game 2, the only game that we won, it was, Victor, I cannot explain to you the craziness. I don't know if I sat down the entire game. After the game, said about it. It was a parade outside. We shut down Broadway. New Yorkers are crazy. There was fire trucks going by, no cars to drive. We were standing on top screaming, we want Brooklyn. All we did was win one game, but we were out of control. And it felt so good. They were doing the old chant, the go New York, go, and it made you feel like you're back in the 90s. So it has to be that game that, because it's the playoffs. So there's nothing like it. So that was an unreal experience.
Oh, amazing. I can imagine these people in New York.
Crazy.
Totally crazy.
Dancing, singing, standing on things. Just, it was nuts. I don't know what we did on a parade. It would be crazy.
You mentioned the song, Go New York, Go.
Yeah.
My daughter loves the song. My daughter has 4 years old.
4 is my favorite age. They say the cutest things at 4 years old.
my daughter loves the Knicks since 2 years old. Since 2 years. I have a Funko from her. Look.
Oh, how cute. That's awesome.
She loves sing, the song. She loves.
That's very cool.
And I have a friend in Brazil, Wilson Oura, your name, he has Carol's home band, and he creates video clip with so many pictures from Knicks fans in Brazil.
Oh,
Version rock and roll, go New York, go.
awesome. You have to send that to me. I want to see that.
Later this interview, I
Very
will
cool.
send for you.
Very
So
cool.
great, so great. Very cool, very
That's
cool.
awesome.
Sure. The next question. Let's talk, Maria. Let's talk about the New York Knicks, okay? I want your opinion. What's your opinion and expectations about the Knicks next season with Jaylen Brunson and Isaiah Hartenstein?
Well, New York was expecting a bigger point guard name, right? That we won't mention. We're New York. We're the most passionate fans, the most knowledgeable fans. We want razzle dazzle, right? So Jaylen Brunson is not the point guard that we were all hoping for, right? We wanted stardom. We wanted lights, camera, action. But I think the bottom line is that we obviously upgraded at the most important position and the position that we haven't had someone at for a really long time, right? So we no doubt have a better point guard. I might even say we have a point guard, right?
Yes.
So even though, we had big dreams, they got squashed like they usually do. Jaylen Brunson is a very solid addition at a very, very important position. So, what I've seen from him in his short time in the league so far is that with increased minutes, he's had increased output, right? With increased pressure, he's also had increased output. So watching Jaylen throughout the playoffs have that breakout postseason shows that he definitely has a lot of potential, right? And potential is potential, and we don't know where it's going to go. But certainly he's not afraid to play in New York, and that is a really important thing because a lot of players are. So I think that we can only get better, right? And not only does Jaylen bring scoring prowess, but also he's there to elevate the rest of the team. So for next year, when you say, my expectations for next year, I think that it depends a lot on what Julius Randle does and what version of him we get, right? But the version of Julius that we get kind of depends on who's running the point. So my hopes are really that Jaylen Brunson not only brings his own scoring to the team, but that he's able to elevate the scoring and the efficiency of other players like Julius Randle that struggled so much last season. Because, at this point, I wanted him gone last season, if I'm being honest. I really did not want to see Julius again in a Knicks uniform. I thought that when he did the thumbs down, I didn't know if he could come back from that. But he's with us, so what are we going to do now, right? So my hope is that the ball will be out of his hands. He's going to stop pretending to be a point forward. Brunson will run the team and hopefully get him in better positions to score and take more effective shots where he's not taking, contested threes and dribbling the ball and immediately turning it over. So I do think he's going to elevate the team in that way. So I'm hopeful, in that way. Hartenstein is a solid backup for Mitch. He's, for a big guy, his assist numbers were really good, which is not surprising. He's German, like your background. And, I think all the European bigs, they love to pass. So I'm not surprised by that. He's a shot blocker. He's a solid defender. He has a good mid-range jump shot. So, at a very fair price, I think that we got a nice backup for Mitchell Robinson. So they're both of those players are elevating us. Julius Randle can't get much worse, so we can only get better. So I have, I also tend to have like delusional hope. So I'm not going to sit here and complain. I'm going to say that our season can only get better than it was. We have a point guard. We have a solid point guard and maybe a great one. We never know what he's capable of. We watched him get better and better. So I have high hopes.
Me too. Totally agree with you. And Isaiah Hartenstein, in begin, I don't like it. But so many people talk with me about Isaiah Hartenstein. And explain for me your skills. Né? And I start making interesting.
It's low risk, right? Because even if he doesn't pan out, we still have Jericho Sims. So with Hartenstein there, I'm guessing Sims is not going to get that much playing time. But if Hartenstein was to get injured, to mess up, we already know what Sims is about. Sims is obviously also growing and very young. But it was no, that's not a move that was going to hurt us in any way. It wasn't money that was anything crazy big. So, we at least still have the both of them. So.
And the same like Noel. Noel, it's 8 millions. And Isaiah Hartenstein is the same,
right?
8 millions.
Yeah, exactly.
Your salary. And Isaiah Hartenstein, I think interesting because he can open the floor.
Yes.
And Jaylen Brunson, Julius Randle, and RJ Barrett likes make drives, infiltration. Can be interesting from this team.
We shall see.
I am curious. Good passer.
Yeah.
I like your skills, but in beginning, Maria, I don't like it. In beginning,
well, you never know. Also, everybody's different depending on who they play under and who they play with, right? So those are also questions that are in there. How does he fit in? But he's a solid defender. But there's always that question of how are you going to be under our coach, under our defensive scheme? How are you going to be in the rotation with the players that we have? So he may look very different than he did.
Yes.
So we'll see.
Good point. You talk exactly how I will say it for you. Hartenstein has different skills, compared with Mitchell Robinson and Jericho Sims. I think interesting because that. We'll see in the next season. And you comment about Julius Randle. For me, in my opinion, in the last season, the most problem with Julius Randle here.
100%, 100%, no doubt. Yeah. I hope I think maybe Brunson fixes that because he needs pressure off of him, right? Julius Randle can't be the man. He's nobody's, he's not the best player on a great team. So I hope that the pressure, also maybe RJ Barrett getting his new contract and getting the extension, maybe that takes some pressure off too. Because I always said I thought that if RJ had been drafted first, there you go. And it was more, his team, and Julius didn't have that pressure on him, I don't know that he would have been crumbling the way that he did last season. So I hope he's able to get his mind right. I was surprised that he played in that summer game in New York City because that's a lot of pressure. Our fans in street ball games are, a lot of pressure. So I was surprised he did that. I know they didn't play very well. I wasn't here for it, but I'm glad he took that risk. So that meant a lot to me as far as where his head was at. So we'll see if he's the old version of himself.
Oh, yeah. I just miss Maria. Knicks, great.
Yeah, I know.
Great again.
I know.
Really, really. And I want your opinion about another player. Okay. RJ Barrett. I want your opinion. In your opinion, RJ Barrett can be a future all-star or not, in your opinion?
I do think that RJ Barrett can be a future all-star. I do. I think that, he is young. He has been consistently improving. And if he continues on that path, I do think he's on the way there. But that's the key word is, are you going to continue to improve, right? So I think that his deficiencies where he's lacking have been, they're very obvious to everyone. So he knows what he has to work on. So now it's just a matter of does he, right? So if he gets a little bit better with his right hand, he's a little more ambidextrous. That's a skill that he needs to improve on. He's gotten stronger. He was going to the basket a lot more last season, but now it's about, can you be more efficient at the basket, right? So you're getting to the hole, you look stronger, but I think he was only finishing about 52, 53%. So now it's about that improvement. You're taking it to the hole, you're crafty in the paint, but now can you finish? When you finish and you get fouled, can you increase your free throw percentage? Because you're only at about 70% right now. So if you're going to take all those hard drives, which is great and which is what we want to see, and I like to see that a lot last year, I need you to shoot more than 70% at the free throw line, right? So if he can get that closer to 80%. But his points per game have gone up. He's scoring 20 points a game. but he has areas he needs to improve on. The free throws, the finishing at the rim, just getting a little bit stronger. But he's a good defender. He has confidence, and he has been improving every year. So I think if he continues, absolutely in a few years, RJ could be an all-star. Yeah.
Maria, I want more games from RJ Barrett, like versus Boston Celtics,
Yeah.
the last shot.
Exactly. Exactly. He's not afraid to take it, right? And I love that. And the Garden loves him. When Julius Randle was at the free throw line, we're screaming RJ Barrett. So, the Garden loves him. He's confident. It looks like he has fun playing there. I think this is going to be, his team this year. I hope it is. I hope that he takes over with that personality. Yeah.
Yes, I hope to.
Yeah.
I hope to. I want to talk with you. The final, unfortunately, but I want to talk with you about Spider,
Yeah.
Donovan Mitchell. In your opinion, what's your opinion about Spider going wrong with the Knicks?
Well, I think where we went wrong was not drafting Donovan Mitchell in 2017.
Good point. Good answer.
I think that's where we went wrong. And then we wouldn't have to have any conversation about what was wrong with everything that Danny Ainge wanted. So that was the number one mistake. Okay. Frank Ntilikina broke my heart. I mean, I wish him the best, but Lord knows he was not worth that pick. Yeah. So now fast forward, here he comes again, right? We have this chance to get him. I don't know that we really did a lot wrong, Victor, to be honest with you. I actually think that Utah missed out. And, now nobody knows for sure besides the people that were making these deals, right? But there is a report out that we had initially offered Mitchell Robinson, RJ Barrett, Obi Toppin, and picks. That's crazy if that's true. That's insane if that's true. So if that's true, I feel like Danny Ainge actually saved Leon Rose from looking like an absolute nutcase by saying no to that. So now negotiations continue and he comes back and, fast forward, last week here's RJ Barrett plus 2 picks. I think Utah should have taken that. I think that for Danny Ainge, that was a very good deal. And I'm glad that he didn't. And I'm glad that we didn't have a chance to counter offer because I did not want to get rid of RJ. So I don't know that we did anything wrong. If that was his, if he was demanding RJ, then I don't think we did anything wrong. I don't think that it was worth it. I think that they were asking way too much. And while it sucks, you can't look at it as, well, we should have done anything to get him. That's not true. That's, if you give up your whole team to get him, he has nobody to play with. We're back in the same place we were, right? And we've done this. We've seen this with Carmelo. So in that sense, I don't know that we went wrong anywhere. But the only thing I'll say is, if we had a chance to give up more picks and not give up RJ Barrett, then I think we really, really messed up. Because if I would give up 4 picks in a heartbeat if it meant not giving up RJ Barrett. Because I think that where we're wrong is we overvalue these picks. Draft picks they're theoretical talent, right? They're up in the air. They're dreams that might come true and might not come true. And we never know what they're going to turn out to be, right? So instead of valuing the picks, why don't we value what's real, what's tangible, which is the actual players that we have, right? So, you have a good young core. You have RJ Barrett. I don't know why Danny Ainge didn't value that versus valuing the picks. But if we were protecting our picks and we could have done something without giving up RJ Barrett, then I think we are really, really wrong. If we could have given up a couple of young players and 4 picks, take them. What are picks? Like, when you make picks in the NBA, you're doing it with a hope, with a prayer of maybe landing somebody like Donovan Mitchell. This is saying here's a definite Donovan Mitchell. You could take 4 picks for that from me. 4 unprotected, take them. I don't care, or 3 unprotected and 2. I don't see why we overvalue the pick. So I think that's where our mistake was. But if they really wanted RJ, then I don't think we made a mistake. Then I think we did the right thing. We put our foot down and we're going to move on with the team we have until something else presents itself.
I agree with you. I really, really wanted Donovan Mitchell in Knicks.
Me too.
Really. Spider-Man 4.
Yeah.
I love it. I loved it.
I'm a bad movie person.
But Utah, so much expensive
Yes. Too much, not worth
No,
it.
too
Yeah.
much, too much, too much, too much.
And I
Don't,
don't think
don't.
they won. I don't think they won. I think that the deal that they got from Cleveland, I think that we offer them something better with RJ. I'm glad they didn't take it, but I don't think they're right.
Mhm.
I really don't. So I think there might be something personal there with Danny Ainge and his ego and what he was willing to accept and not, because from what I hear, they didn't even let us come back with a final offer. So, you never know what goes on behind the scenes, right? And how big someone's ego is and why they really make the decisions they make. So we'll never know, but let's move on
Good
with what we
point.
have. Yeah, we can't cry.
Good point. Good point. Good, excellent point. Two cuts in this interview. The first, I will put effects from claps for you, and the second is this.
I love it.
I hear, Maria, in Brazil,
Uh-huh.
people talking about new rumor. The Knicks fans
Yeah.
talking about Shy from OKC. It's
Yeah.
it's real, this rumor or not?
So I don't know enough yet. I'm hearing the same thing. I don't know enough yet. I guess, we're gonna see once we start seeing what they want now, right? And now Danny Ainge
Yes.
has some type of crazy precedent, and everybody wants all these picks and these players. Now I
Yes.
hope that we don't, sometimes if your offer is denied, I hope that now the Knicks will look at it and say, well, now we have to give up everything because we know they're gonna play hardball because Danny Ainge just played hardball. So now I hope we don't
Mhm.
again, give up. But again, I'm all about give up all the picks for SGA. Let's do it. But I haven't heard enough details yet. So when I do, I will let you know. But yeah, they're talking about it. So we'll see. Something's got to give. We're New York, so we're not going to stay patient very long. I'm sick and tired of hearing that every year. All we hear is stay patient. So I'm sure they're on the hunt right away for the next available close to superstar.
My heart broken with so many
I know.
rumors.
Every year.
Oh, my heart, my heart. Yeah. I want to talk with you about another subject. I saw in your Instagram that you were reading
Oh, I have it somewhere.
the Blood in the Garden book. What did you think of this book by Chris Herring?
I loved it. It's funny that you just say how much heartbreak we go through as Knicks fans. So every time someone asks me, like, Maria, how is it possible that you were a Knicks fan when they're so bad for so long? And I always say, it's because I'm holding on to the feelings of the 90s. So when you grew up a kid watching that team that was so good, that played with such tenacity, such heart, you hold on to that and you hope that one day it'll come back. So this book, it does such a good job of, it's like a trip down memory lane. If you watch that team, it really paints a nice vivid picture for you and reminds you of how good those times were. It has such good like anecdotes and stories and behind the scenes and little things about their practices and about their characters and about deals and what went down that we don't know. So it's such a good book in terms of like reinvigorating you and reminding you why you're a Knicks fan and, how good they were back then and why your heart feels so connected to them. And if people, are newer Knicks fans, I think it's a really good read because it's telling you, it's telling you the history and so many great stories that we don't see nowadays. And you realize so many things in the league, rules have changed because of how tough our teams were in the 90s. It's literally, blood in the garden, but that's what it was. That's how tough our defense was. And hearing some of the players talk about it and even hearing the Jordan stories, it's not until so many years accept Jordan, for the greatness that he was. But I used to
Yes.
So it even has, just some good basketball stories, not even Knicks stuff, just pure basketball stories. So it's a really good trip down memory lane and makes you kind of remember the good times and forget about the present until we get back there. Great.
It's a great book and great histories now about this team.
Yeah.
Nick fans has a learn from Nick's history
Yes.
in 19s. and so many funny histories. I
Yes,
remember now. Do remember Patrick Ewing has afraid ghosts
the
in
hotel. Yeah,
hotel from Milwaukee.
was it in Milwaukee? I forgot. Was it in Milwaukee that he thought that? Yeah, so funny. And do you know that they're gonna make a movie? You know, Spike Lee is directing a movie about it. I can't wait. It's gonna be so good. Yeah, it's gonna
So
be so good. I'm excited for that. These were good
I
times. These were good times.
man,
I
ay,
know.
Marie, do you
Hold on
understand me?
tonight. I mean, but listen, we're so heartbroken, but it was just a season ago that we were in the playoffs. You know, it was actually so close, even though it was we only won one game, but it will take it. Just now with a point guard, you never know what will happen. So I always keep optimistic. We can't get much worse. We can only get better than last season. So let's have some hope.
It's very complicated because in Brazil, I saw you like soccer, okay?
Yeah, yeah,
I saw a World Cup in your
yes,
histories.
yes.
In Brazil, people like more soccer,
Right.
okay, the most sport in Brazil, and NBA. Younger fans
Yeah.
like more today.
Okay.
Golden State Warriors, Brooklyn Nets,
Ooh,
Cleveland Cavaliers, and another teams. It's complicated for me
yeah,
because I love this team. In
yeah,
Brazil, Knicks, the channels, media talking with jokes
yeah.
when talk about the
Of
Knicks. It's
course.
complicated. I angry. I angry. I
Yeah, yeah.
angry. So
I know.
many Stephen Smiths in
I
Brazil.
know.
So many Stephen Smiths in
Yeah,
Brazil.
I spend a lot of my time defending the Knicks. A lot of my time. But we'll
True.
be we will be back, and then everybody will want to join on. So when we're good, there's nothing like it. Like I said, that game, that win in the street, the party we had, it's when the Knicks are good, there is nothing in this world like it. So we will be back soon.
People loves hate the Knicks
Yeah, they
impression.
do. They do.
Impression.
They do. So funny.
And I am sad about Donovan Mitchell because I saw Donovan Mitchell so many important from marketing
Yeah,
in the another countries like Brazil because so many channels when this rumor began with the
yeah,
Knicks talking so much about the Knicks in
yeah,
Brazil. I
yeah.
am so happy, happy. And I saw Donovan Mitchell in Cavs. It's
I know.
complicated.
I
It's
found out I
complicated.
was in the middle of a meeting at work. I screamed. I was so upset. They were like, "What's wrong with her?"
And
It was my day.
you in this channel, Anthony, Alan Hahn, Bill Piro, Chris Henry, and
Yeah,
so many people from United States
yeah,
coming to our channel.
yeah,
It's very very important
yeah.
because I feel and my audience feel so more close
Oh,
with
that's
this
cool.
team,
Yeah,
with the city,
yeah,
with the city. Né? It's very important.
that's cool.
Brazil don't talk so much about the Knicks.
Yeah.
I talk it
I
so
can
much about the Knicks,
do
and
it. And now you have to
it's
come to
very
New
important.
York, so then you can do a show from the garden, and then they'll really feel close.
Yes,
The next
yes.
step. Yeah,
I want make a trip this channel
yeah,
in 23
yeah.
or 24.
Okay.
I really really want
Yeah,
next year
yeah,
20 Brazilians,
yeah.
20
That would
Brazilians
be
with
awesome.
me in this trip. I really really
That
really
would be awesome.
want
Then let me
this trip.
know. We'll put together a party. So let me know.
I want to meet you. I want to meet
So
you.
I'll definitely. I'm at almost every single game, so I will definitely see you there. We'll have a Brazil section. It'll be cool.
Oh, Maria, I love this interview. I love this interview.
Me too. Thank
Really,
you for having
really.
me.
So much fun.
It's
So
so
much fun.
awesome to see that how far Knicks fandom spread. So it's really nice to talk to you, and hopefully I'll see you in New York at a game soon.
I hope you come back
Oh,
in this
I
channel in the
I
future.
will.
I hope.
Next time live because I'll be in Brazil at some point soon.
In the future, I make a interview with you and Anthony together in this
Oh yeah,
channel.
that would be great. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll be talking about how Jaylen Brunson came in and changed the team and let's go to the playoffs. Let's go to the playoffs this season, and then me and Anthony will come back and do a show on here. Yeah.
Yes, yes. And thank you so much. Thank you so much,
Obrigado
né?
to you. Thank you.
Oh,
Obrigada, right? Obrigada.
oh, that's great. I like it. Oh, you talk Portuguese a little, but you
Well, I
talk.
went to Portugal, so I had to learn how to ask for those, the good pastries that they make. You learn a couple of words. And saúde, right? Saúde.
Yes, yes, saúde.
Most important words. Cheers and thank you.
I will teach for you more
Yes,
words in
yes.
Portuguese, okay?
Awesome. Deal. Good deal. Very nice
Dear.
to meet you, Victor.
Yes, me too. I really, really appreciate this time with you. Your time, I
No
appreciate
problem. Happy to
your
do it.
time in this channel. Great, 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 great honor
Thank
bring
you.
you in this channel.
Thank you. Anytime. Anytime.
Okay, take care, Maria.
Take care. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Bye.
Bye, bye.
Queria comentar com vocês, né? Nós temos agora uma novidade aqui com relação ao Knicks Fans Brasil, que o canal agora pode ter o programa de membros, né? No YouTube. Então eu gostaria de pedir para você, você que puder, se inscreva também, né? Seja membro do Knicks Fans Brasil. Apenas R$ 7,99 por mês. Apenas R$ 7,99. E você vai ter vantagens exclusivas por ser membro do canal Knicks Fans Brasil. Uma delas, você vai ter grupo especial no WhatsApp, que você vai ter as notícias sempre antes, né? Vídeos e etc. sempre ditos antes para os membros. Benefícios que vão ser estudados ao longo do tempo, que vão ser exclusivos para vocês, além de sorteios, galera. Quem for membro vai ter essa vantagem, galera. Então, bora lá, participa e apoia o canal Knicks Fans Brasil, pessoal. Beleza? E aí, pessoal, este foi mais um vídeo aqui no canal. What's up, Nick fans? All right, I am Victor Hatiba from Nick Fans Brazil channel. Today, this channel brings again, Dexter Henry from Snipe TV, New York Post, and so another projects about this guy. I love this guy. And so happy bring you again in Nick Fans Brazil. Welcome
Thank
again.
Victor, it is good to be back. It feels like I just saw you. Feel like we just talked, although things have changed since we last talked. But I'm very happy to be back. Knicks Fans Brazil. I love being on it. A lot of support from the fans. I saw from the episode we talked. Beautiful Knicks fans. Love the energy. And yeah, man, just happy to be back. So thank you. Thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you so much. Thanks so much. The first interview, né? Two subjects in this interview, but I want to make the first question. Dexter, in the last interview, we talk about the biggest rumor. Unfortunately, don't write. Okay. So I want in this channel your opinion about this case from Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah.
What's your opinion in the situation? Wrong. Final the bad final from the Knicks and the Knicks fans. What's your opinion about this?
Yeah. So my opinion was when it first went down and Donovan Mitchell got traded to Cleveland, I was shocked. I'm going to be honest. I was shocked. Everything I'd heard from people I spoke to around the Knicks, who cover the Knicks, was that it was just a matter of time. And I think I even said that the last time I was on your show. It was a matter of time. It would get done. I thought the trade to the Knicks would get done before training camp. I thought Donovan Mitchell would be a Knick. I just thought it was a matter of time, and it was about what the Knicks would give up if they were going to get Donovan Mitchell. Um, Seeing what the Cavs got and thinking about it, I also was, and I did say this on your show the last time, I wasn't going to be completely disappointed if they came back with the roster and ran it back with the young players. I thought that could be a good move. Um, I would have been fine with that. Um, excuse me. But I think that the Knicks are going to be okay. They're going to be fine here. I'm really sorry about that. Something got caught in my throat. The Knicks are going to be fine here. Um, I think they assessed the situation. They looked at the price. They thought it was too much for them to pay. If you look at the final offers that have been reported, there was a report that came out that said the Knicks offered RJ Barrett, along with another young player and about 3 unprotected firsts. I'm going to be honest. I think if they went anything higher than that, it was too much. I think the Knicks actually did the right thing here. That's what I'm going to say. I think they drew their line in the sand. Some media in New York has said, look, it's a failure. And I understand why people say that. The Knicks had targeted this guy. It is well and widely known. Donovan Mitchell wanted to play here in New York. That's also known. They didn't get him. So it's a strikeout. I understand how people can say that's a failure. But I also think it's fair to look at that and not kill the Knicks and say, hey, okay, they made the right decision here. They had a price above which they were not willing to go. It's too many assets. You can't just look at it. I've seen some Knicks fans talk, oh, well, the Cavs got him. The Cavs are in a different situation from the Knicks. They have 2 players on their team that were all-stars last year, okay? They, and Darius Garland and Jarrett Allen, they have a young player in Evan Mobley, who I'm very high on, and a lot of people around the league are very high on and think he can be a fantastic 2-way player. So adding a guy like Donovan Mitchell to them in a market that is not really able to attract big stars is huge. And for them, they were willing to give up the unprotected picks and the pick swaps down the road when the Jazz are betting on them being bad. The Knicks don't still really have a franchise player or a bunch of young talent that they're really sure of or know exactly what they are. I think there's some guys they value highly, like a Quentin Grimes, maybe an Obi Toppin, but they're not in that same position. And I actually think the Knicks might have made the right move. One of the things I said last time, Victor, was Donovan Mitchell. I think he's a really good player, but he's not in that upper echelon of superstar that's going to elevate you to another top. The key thing for me here, though, with the Knicks not making a move, and I've heard this from other Knicks fans and some people who might have seen some of my recent interviews with CP the Franchise and Mark Berman, and I agree with them on this, is, okay, now it's time you have to play the young guys. We have to see what we have in Obi Toppin. This is what you have to say if you're the Knicks front office. We need to see this. You have to see what you have in Quentin Grimes. They can't be blocked by vets that you aren't going to think is part of the future. And that also includes Cam Reddish, who you traded a first-round pick for if you're the New York Knicks. You have to see what these guys can do. You have to give them the time. There's some question whether Tom Thibodeau will do that. I think Tom Thibodeau, and I said this on your last show, I think sometimes he gets a bad rap in terms of not playing young guys. We saw him play young guys before with the Bulls. It's just, are him and the front office going to be on the same page? And are we going to see 20 to 25 minutes a night for Obi Toppin? Are we going to see 20 to 25 minutes, if not more, for Quentin Grimes, who I think should start over Evan Fournier? These are things Knicks fans are going to need to see. Play this young core, let them develop along with RJ and Jaylen Brunson, and let's see what they can do. But if you're not going to play the young core, especially when you struck out on getting Donovan Mitchell, I think that would be a huge mistake.
Man, I totally agree. I totally agree with you. Né? I talked né, with so many Knicks fans in this week. Né? Uh, the more Knicks fans understand the situation than don't understand. In my opinion, Utah wants so much, wants uh, the price.
Mm-hmm.
It's complicated price about the spider. I agree uh, with your point, né, in this interview, and I agree with you about younger players. I make it Dexter in our channel the question, né, between Grimes and Evan Fournier, for
Mm-hmm.
example. More people prefer Grimes than Evan Fournier, starter in this team, for example. Uh, and I saw so many Nick fans angry because Julius Randle uh, continue in Knicks, and I saw so many Nick fans uh, hurry about this rotation, with
Mm-hmm.
Obi Toppin, Obi Toppin give Tom Thibodeau, give more minutes, Obi Toppin, so it's complicated, but uh, I I can imagine Knicks will be better compared the last season. Nah. And
I I
man, I agree with
I
Leon
think
Rose
they
in this negotiation.
I think they can be. I'm not sure how much better they can be. And you had asked me this last time about that, Victor. Um, I could see them anywhere 42 to 44 wins with the roster as it currently is. If I had to make a pick, and I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it would be good if you can see how those young players develop. But I definitely think they can be better for last year because of a couple of reasons. One, I think Brunson playing the point is going to just be better offensively.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I think he's going to help a lot of players. And one of the players I think he really can help is Julius Randle. I think
Yes.
he can really help him in terms of you're
Yes.
taking the ball out of Randle's hands a lot. I know Knicks fans have been down on that, and rightfully so. I think too much was asked of Julius Randle. He did a pretty damn good job in 2 seasons ago. And I don't know this. Maybe something personally was going on with Julius Randle, but I do think he's going to have a better season this year. I really do. The thing I think you don't want to see is I know I see you, Victor, you're praying for it. I think you just don't want to see him block minutes for Obi. And I was talking to somebody the other day who was talking about, look, you got to figure out a way to get him 25 minutes a game. I don't care if you have to play him at the 5. We know Thibodeau likes to play, rim running centers. I'm sorry, I think my mic dropped here. Um,
Don't
you,
worry.
you know that likes to happen. Thibodeau likes to play centers who can protect the rim, but I think you need to see a guy in Obi who can play good in the offense and keep things moving, and be somebody who can run the floor and gives you a different dynamic with Randall. I think the thing for Knicks fans to keep a watch on, though, as this season goes, and we don't know how it's going to go, is are the Knicks still going to try, if they commit to playing these young guys, are they going to
Mm-hmm.
try to move off a veteran or two? Are they going to try to trade Evan Fournier or see if they can move Julius Randle at some point? It's going to be interesting to see if they do. Maybe there's a chance it could happen before training camp. I don't think it's very likely, but maybe there's a chance it could happen before. I know a lot of Knicks fans would like to see it. I just think it comes back to what I said, Victor. If this is your roster, you got to be all in with the kids now. There's no time for games. There's no time for joking around. Play the kids, especially the ones you've drafted and
Yes.
the ones that you believe in. From all accounts, Tom Thibodeau, this was told to me by Mark Berman in an interview we did a couple months ago. Tom Thibodeau is very high, as we know, on Quentin Grimes. He also has Mark Berman told me in an interview that he also wants to find more minutes for Obi Toppin. When Mark said that to me in the interview, I was a little bit
Yes.
shocked. I was like, okay, this is really good news. If you're a Knicks fan who's been asking for Obi Toppin to play, Mark Berman reported this, and if that's the case, I'm very intrigued to see how Tom Thibodeau finds minutes for Obi, and if he's committed to that, and will let some of these young guys learn, make mistakes, and develop as they still try to win. I still think the Knicks can try to do both and have a pretty exciting season for the fans. I think the fans will be fine with that as long, Victor, as they're seeing the development from the young guys. The key is seeing the
Yes.
development. I think if the fans see that, they'll be fine. But we got to wait and see.
But in your opinion, has a chance Grimes will be starter? Because so many Nick fans, so many channels, profile groups, nah, talking about this. Preferred Grimes than Evan Fournier. Evan Fournier can be interesting with your 3 points, nah, but
Mm-hmm.
Grimes is so better in defense.
Oh, much
So
better.
much better in defense. In your opinion, has a chance Thibodeau
I, I,
start Grimes?
see that I'm more confident that Grimes will get minutes and possibly start over Fournier than I am confident that Obi will get minutes because I think I need to see it more. I think that what Grimes has going in his favor to start is that you're going to have, you don't have the strongest backcourt if you start Brunson defensively, that I'm talking about, Brunson along with Fournier. But if you start Grimes with Brunson, Brunson, who's about an average defender, with Grimes, who's a really good defender on the ball, now your backcourt defense is better. Grimes also is a pretty good shooter, and so he gives you that 3-and-D kind of player. Uh, Fournier, we know he can shoot the ball on the threes, like you said, Victor, but he's not giving you much on defense. And this is where he might be better suited coming off the bench. But I think it's a position Grimes should have a shot to win. I think he can win, and I think Thibodeau would be motivated to play him because of what he can bring to the team on the defensive end, helping to set the tone early. So, in my opinion, yeah, I think he has a good chance to start this year, and it wouldn't shock me if training camp ended and Quentin Grimes was named a starter at shooting guard because I think it's a pretty good lineup if you've got him with Brunson, R.J. Barrett, Julius Randle, and Mitchell Robinson. There's a couple guys in there who've shown really strong defensive effort and can set the tone. And we know what Grimes can do in terms of shooting the ball as well too. If he starts to be able to create like we saw a little bit in summer league, I think that can even open up things for him more. And we know Fournier is not like the best creator with the ball in his hands, but I do think Fournier can still have a great role in the team and be a good
Yes.
scorer off the bench. But I think if you're trying to maximize your starting lineup, Grimes in the starting lineup is a lot better. I think that's more likely to happen. Will Obi get the minutes? I'm not so sure, but I feel good about a chance about Grimes being able to start for the Knicks this season.
And before I make it the last question, I saw, for example, Stephen Smith talking. The Knicks never making
Uh-huh.
nothing. So, in your opinion, Knicks, a new rumors. Do you can tell for us exist a new rumor in New York? For example, Carmelo, Shy.
Mm-hmm.
Exist new rumors in New York about the Knicks?
I don't think, there's been two things. Once Donovan Mitchell didn't happen, all the talk went to who's the next star that's going to come to New York. I even asked Mark Berman who's the next star is going to be linked in. A lot of rumors. He even had reported about Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, SGA, out of Oklahoma City, a point guard there. I don't know how much juice there will be to that because you've got Brunson here now and they play the same position. Although I think SGA is a much better player than Brunson. Although I like Brunson, SGA is a much more skilled player with size and the ball handling and all that. But I think you'll hear him rumored a lot to New York. Pay attention to how Oklahoma City does. They probably aren't going to be taking that next step like they thought they would be with Chet Holmgren being injured and out for the season. I think you'll hear that. I think if this is a long shot, but I think if things don't go well in Portland with Damian Lillard, you can hear his name, but I still don't think
Mhm.
that's high. Another one that Mark Berman had mentioned to me when we did an interview was, the Knicks have always had an eye on Devin Booker. with the Suns, but Devin Booker's in a good situation right now with the Suns. It would take things going south with them for that to happen. Leon Rose was his agent. I think those are
Mhm.
names you're going to hear, but I don't really think there's a clear cut favorite player that the Knicks are going to be rumored to in terms of a star to get. However, this is the NBA where sometimes you can't predict things, and a star player that you didn't expect to be disgruntled that wants out of his team will come up. So I think it's just wait and see with the Knicks. As far as Carmelo Anthony goes, I know there's a lot of Knicks fans that want him to come back in terms of nostalgia. I don't
Yes.
see it. I think the fit that makes sense if Carmelo is going to sign with the team, and I think we could see this in the next couple of weeks. I think the fit that makes a lot of sense is Boston.
Mhm.
They had Danilo Gallinari. Gallinari obviously had the ACL. I believe it's ACL. I believe I could be having the injury wrong. It's a knee injury that was really bad for him, and he's going to be out for the year. So now the Celtics need another forward who could shoot the ball, and Melo kind of fits that. He shot the ball better from three the last couple of years. He should be able to fit in, and I think he could help a Jason Tatum and a Jaylen Brown coming off the bench. He kind of fits into that mold of players giving some score off the bench. I think Melo's going to want to go someplace where he could win, where he can score off the bench. I think the Knicks is a nice story if he comes back. But I also feel like for this Knicks team, Victor, they don't need a former superstar who was here with the Knicks from the past. You need to just let these young guys be on their own with their own thing and build their own identity. I don't think bringing in a Melo really helps the team in any kind of way. Becomes sort of a circus around Melo, and maybe it's his farewell song back with the Knicks. And all the while, a lot of us like seeing Melo in the orange and blue. I don't think it's the best thing for the team. He probably takes away minutes from a guy like Cam Reddish, or maybe even Obi Toppin. I think it's a pipe dream. I don't think Melo's back with the Knicks. I think he ends up somewhere, and I say look at Boston, um, or some other team. Maybe Miami, some team where he can help off the bench with some scoring. I just don't see it back with the Knicks, and I think how the Knicks do. And one last thing I'll say, Victor, how the Knicks do this season is important. And we'll keep coming back to the young players, and why it's important is if the Knicks play young players like Grimes and Obi Toppin, those two particularly, even Cam Reddish, quickly, you see these players play well with more, or some of those, if one or two of those players take a leap in their games, well, now that
Mhm.
brings the value of those players up. And if there is a star out there that the Knicks want to trade for, now they don't maybe have to give up as much in terms of picks because you have young players under controllable contracts you could trade whose value has now gone up. So that's the even more of the reason why, if you're the Knicks front office and coaching staff, you've got to play the young players because you want to try to show the development and bring their value up. If Obi Toppin plays well and you can move him, or it's easier for you to move Randall, now you have more flexibility in how you could trade instead of getting into a war where people are just trying to get all the picks you can trade over the next couple of years. So this is why I think you got to play the kids and stay away from the rumors. Don't go back to the past, Mellow, all that stuff. Just play the kids, man, and let it be that.
Man, if Knicks got it, Donovan Mitchell, I will believe Carmelo back to the Knicks. But
Yeah,
Donovan Mitchell don't come to the Knicks. I don't believe Carmelo come to the Knicks because we have Julius Randle in your position
yep,
and Obi Toppin in your position.
yep. It's not a good fit. There's no space. And now as the roster is, and I see your point, if they had maybe traded off some more players, it could be more likely to bring a veteran like that. But with the roster as it is now, it just doesn't make sense. I know a lot of people want to see a nice story, but it just doesn't make sense to me. Doesn't. No.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
And the last rumor, not the last rumor. Okay.
Okay.
One Nick fan talked with me yesterday about this guy Schroeder, the Germany player.
Ah,
It's agent, free agent, but I I don't believe. I really, really, really don't believe. But I I want to make the question for you too. You do you believe? And honestly, I don't believe.
No, I don't think there's any truth to that. I don't see the Knicks doing that. There's no need for them to do that. I think their plans right now are to play Jalen Brunson. Derrick Rose will be backing him up along with Emmanuel quickly, getting some minutes as the first two guards off the bench. What does Schroeder do for them? There's no need for them to get Schroeder right now, and he would just further block minutes from young guys. Um, I wouldn't even to be honest, I wouldn't even understand the signing. It wouldn't make sense for the
Yes,
roster.
me too.
Um, if they had traded away some guys and then we're looking to pick up a vet like him, that would have made a lot of sense. But with the way the roster stands right now, no, Schroeder is a guy who needs to get with a team that can, and he's played very well in Eurobasket. He needs to get with a team that needs a backup point guard. But the Knicks, no, 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 no.
Me too.
I do not think there's any truth to that rumor. No.
These questions for the member from my channel, and I put for you answer my member this channel. But I agree with you. I don't believe in this guy in the Knicks, really. Dexter, I talked with you in the last interview, and I will talk again. I
Yes.
just want Knicks great again, man. I just want Knicks make.
I know, man. I know you do, and there's a lot of fans here in New York and around the world, Brazil, Knicks fans. I know they want to see the Knicks again. The last thing I'll say is I think that Knicks fans, I know you mentioned it before, Victor. Some Knicks fans are like, hey, we never get a star. We never are able to trade for a star. We're never able to get a guy. We always have all this hope, and then we're let down. And I agree with them. I understand it. I understand that there's a lot been built up, and I think a lot of people thought Donovan Mitchell could be the guy. But I do think the Knicks weren't trying to make it like the Melo trade that they made years ago, where they gave up the whole farm, gave up all the assets
Yes,
to get a guy. I think if I want to give some hope to the Knicks fans, I think that you should be encouraged that the team has moved pretty competently. I think they've made some decent moves. I don't think there's been any home run or great moves, but it hasn't been anything terrible. I know the Kemba signing didn't work out and didn't look good with Fournier in the backcourt, and they looked terrible defensively. But they moved on from that. They've addressed some of those things, and let's see how this team is. Let's see how the kids play. I think this team is going to play hard. I think they're going to be rejuvenated. I think they're going to play with a lot of energy. Will that translate into wins? I don't know, but we'll see. And
we'll see.
I think there will come a time where they'll get their guy, but I can't kill them for having their price and saying this is where we're not going to go and this is how we're going to build the team and continue to develop. We'll see. It's season will be here right before we know. We got a little bit over a month, so can't wait. Can't wait for some watch some Knicks
Ay,
basketball.
I can't wait to. I can't wait to, man. No, I miss see the Knicks
I
in the
know.
Garden and the NBA. Oh man. So thank you so much, Dexter. Thanks so much again. Your presence in the Nick Fans Brazil channel. I like talk with you. You
Thank you.
are a great person, and I love your job too.
Thank you.
Uh, your interview with CP and Mark Berman. Oh,
Thank you,
I
man.
will
I
I
I
will put
appreciate that.
link. I will put link
Thank you.
from your interview in description.
I
The
appreciate I
our video.
appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate you. I appreciate all the fans watching, Knicks fans, Brazil, and yeah, we'll do it again soon. We'll do it again soon to talk some more Knicks basketball. Thank you, man.
Thank you, man. And I hope see Knicks talking in your New York Post and CP franchise, etc. Okay, thank you so much, Dexter, and we talk in the future.
Yes, man. Peace.
Peace.
Queria comentar com vocês, né? Nós temos agora uma novidade aqui com relação ao Knicks Fans Brasil, que o canal agora pode ter o programa de membros, né? No YouTube. Então eu gostaria de pedir para você, você que puder, se inscreva também, né? Seja membro do Knicks Fans Brasil. Apenas R$ 7,99 por mês. Apenas R$ 7,99. E você vai ter vantagens exclusivas por ser membro do canal Knicks Fans Brasil. Uma delas, você vai ter grupo especial no WhatsApp, que você vai ter as notícias sempre antes, né? Vídeos e etc. sempre ditos antes para os membros. Benefícios que vão ser estudados ao longo do tempo, que vão ser exclusivos para vocês, além de sorteios, galera. Quem for membro vai ter essa vantagem, galera. Então, bora lá, participa e apoia o canal Knicks Fans Brasil, pessoal. Beleza? E aí, pessoal, este foi mais um vídeo aqui no canal.
Because you have to. Because you have to.
What's up, Knicks fans? That's right. I am Victor Hatiba from Knicks Fans Brasil channel. Today, I bring in this channel Popa Left.
What's going
Welcome.
on?
Welcome to the
Vamos de
fans.
Knicks. Vamos de Knicks. Is that how I say let's go Knicks in Portuguese?
Let's go, vamos falar de Knicks. Let's go talk about
There
the
you go.
Knicks. Welcome, bro. Welcome.
How you guys doing out there in Brazil? All the Brazilian Knicks fans, all the Brazilians. Man, I appreciate you guys for having me. Love the country. Peace from New York. Peace from New Jersey. Much solidarity. How you guys doing out there? Honored to be on the show. What's going on, Victor?
Great honor. I talked with you in backstage. I saw you with CP franchise, with Ari, Anthony Danahill, and so many people from New York. Man, great honor bring you. First of all, bro, do you can introduce yourself for Brazilians?
Absolutely. My name is Papa Left. I've been a Knicks fan since 1999. I'm born in 1991. Obviously, growing up without cable television, the only time we saw like basketball games, a lot of Michael Jordan was pushed on me as a kid. So I do admit I was a Jordan fan. That was my introduction to basketball, Space Jam, the movie. And but once Jordan retired, the Knicks were my heart. They were my soul. I watched Allen Houston hit that Game 5 shot, and I became a diehard fan. Unfortunately, I assumed the Knicks would be finals contenders my entire life because the first year of my fandom was 1999. But it's been an amazing ride. I don't think I've missed any games during this 23 years of being a Knicks fan. I love the loyalty. I've always said being a Knicks fan speaks to your character. It speaks to who you are as a person, because there's no, in my opinion, there's no way to casual it. You can't be a casual Knicks fan. It doesn't make sense to me. You have to be diehard. You have to be loyal, and it speaks to who you are as a person. And I try my best to represent that pain, that struggle, that passion, that elation of a Knicks fan. And that is a universal feeling. That's not just for someone who lives, by the garden. It goes all across the globe. There's people from Brazil. There's people from Vietnam. There's people from Japan. There's people from the Middle East. There's people up north, down south of the equator. All Knicks fans feel this way. And it's my job to represent that voice, to represent that passion.
Nick fan, no, I can explain, but the passion is so strong is so strong, and Nick fans the most passions with our team in this league, bro. I saw in Brazil, I saw in our country, and so many countries.
Mhm.
I can't explain this passion. So you told now how you start a Nick fan. But I am curious about your opinion. Let's talk about New York Knicks.
Okay, let's do it.
Our therapy group in this channel.
Right. I mean,
I, uh,
if you allow me, the New York Knicks are very interestingly, in my opinion, in the best spot they've been in for the last 20 years, and I'll explain why. As much as I love the Carmelo Anthony Knicks tape era, there was a very realized ceiling. Actualized by Roy Hibbert, who ceased to exist after he blocked Carmelo. But we won't speak on that too much. But that team was never good enough to seriously contend. As great as that ride was in 2012, 2013, it was the Heat were there. LeBron was at his peak. It was his time. The Knicks then went on and got Andrea Bargnani, Phil Jackson, and everything kind of fell apart. Right now, the Knicks do have, as critical as I am of the Knicks, they do have a lot of players on rookie scale deals that have yet to fulfill their potential, that are on the rise, whether it be RJ Barrett, whether it be Emmanuel Quickley, whether it be Obi Toppin, Mitchell Robinson, Cam Reddish, Quentin Grimes. Those players in particular make me excited at the potential of what this team can organically build and then grow and get more talent if that talent shows itself to the NBA to be worth acquiring a superstar down the road. So while the Knicks were rumored to get Donovan Mitchell this offseason, I'm not crying tears because we didn't get him, because in my opinion, there are still things within this organization internally that they have to figure out first before they're ready to make that next step. But they're right there. They're right there. They're a team that's on the rise, and I'm very hopeful that this young core, if given the time, can number one, represent the city the way it needs to be, New York basketball. It needs to be hustle, needs to be grit, it needs to be hunger, defense, and timely moments within a basketball game. And number two, the talent acquisition has to meet that hunger. So I think as far as the ability to be flexible, the ability to acquire players, and the ability to have a stable of talent to acquire that players, I don't think the Knicks have been in a better position to do that since, the end of the Patrick Ewing, Allen Houston, Latrell Sprewell kind of core that fizzled out towards 2001, 2002.
But I want, Popo, your opinion, okay? First of all, do you saw interview between Alan Hunt and Leon Rose yesterday?
Yeah,
I want your opinion about that Leon Rose say in this interview. For me, man, I like so much Alan Hunt. Okay,
I saw him on your show. That's big time. Alan Hahn is big time.
Yes, but Leon Rose in Brazil, so many people angry with this GM. So I saw yesterday. I think so soft this interview.
Yeah.
But my opinion, I want your opinion about Leon Rose yesterday. What do you think about this interview? For example, Donovan Mitchell, Barrett, Julius Randle, younger core. What do you
I'll
think?
do it like this. Victor. Let's step out of the Knicks and let's talk about human beings, and let's talk about me and how I perceive this. Right. I
Yes.
grew up, my father was a rabbi. He was a pastor. He was a preacher. Okay.
Yes.
And
Uh-huh.
and it was his job to deliver a message to the community. No matter how much scrutiny he had, no matter how much trials and tribulation the community was going through, I watched a man do that and that was my
Mhm.
hero. That was my teacher. So whenever I see somebody in that same position, whether they be a pastor, whether they be a teacher, I am a teacher, by the way, or the president of
Oh,
basketball
great.
operations, it is in my estimation that that person should be able to communicate at that level, and he should have that skill. It's very clear that Leon Rose doesn't have that skill. So to mask that skill, he is alienating the media. And in my opinion, it's a strategy that's not going to work because you can't just alienate the media and not have a day to communicate to your fans. So when you communicate to those fans, number one, it's coming off as phony. It's coming off as soft. Even if you believe in that's why I said take it out of the player, because we could all have conversation about Knicks players and whether we think, RJ Barrett's ready to be a superstar, or whether we think Cam Reddish needs more minutes, or whether we think Quentin Grimes should have been involved in a deal, or whether we should keep up. We can have that conversation. And Leon Rose can express that to Knicks fans. But the problem I have is that the psychological game that he's playing with the media is a foolish game, because he should be intellectually savvy enough, witty enough, clever enough to say, this is my answer. I'm pivoting off your expected question that's supposed to get me in a gotcha moment. And I'm standing strong in front of the media. And I am so focused in my message that I'm going to communicate not to Mark Berman, not to Ian Begley, not to Steve Popper, not to Steve Bondi. I am communicating my unified message from my organization to my consumer base, and I will not get distracted. He does not have that skill. If he does not have that skill, maybe his message isn't that clear, and that's also interfering with that inability to use that skill. So while I am a Knicks fan, and while the media does attack the Knicks because we are an ATM machine, okay? We're an
Yes.
engagement ATM machine. Let's just call it for what it is. But that is the two things that can be true at the same time. I am not defending Leon Rose on this case. I love Alan Hahn. I love the way he's held true on MSG for years. But having Alan Hahn mock up questions that Ian Begley might ask or Mark Berman might ask, it may slip other people's minds, but it doesn't slip mine. And I find it to be intellectually disrespectful to watch that interview. Yes, I found some things he said to be interesting, but I cannot. What would have been way more successful is him answering those questions to Knicks fans via the media, not getting caught up in the gotcha questions. I mean, just look at what happened 2 days ago with Brad Stevens, with 12 hours of time to prepare. 12 hours of time to prepare. He didn't talk about Julius Randle's bad season, or he's talking about livelihoods. He's talking about jobs that are on the line, reputations, morality. And he's able to communicate that message from his heart. Okay. And like, we can sit here and discuss, how do you quantify how that trickles down from the organization? I believe it affects the team in some level. You have to have leadership. I understand that everybody's going to say, well, I don't see every NBA president of basketball operations being a Denzel Washington to remember the Titans. Absolutely. That's not what I'm asking for. But you should have some professionalism, some intellectual wit, savvy, and cleverness to deliver your message from your organization to your consumers. And that should not be something that is so disrupted because you don't like the way the media asks questions. Alan Hahn asked a question about Cam Reddish's role. Leon Rose had a prepared context. He switched the context to talk about how much he loves Cam Reddish instead of talking about playing time. He's able to do that. What he's probably not able to do is handle a back pocket question. A back pocket question is how you pivot and try to get people to answer your question so you could write your story. You gotta be smart. That's it. I don't think I just want that. I'm not asking for flash. I'm not asking for the greatest answer. But Bill Belichick does it. He's not flashy. He just has a system of how he's going to do it. Other guys, Rex Ryan of the New York Jets, he may dive into it. He may dive into the media, but to avoid it at all costs and to then alienate and antagonize that media is not going to be a successful strategy. And it won't be Leon Rose that has to answer for this, by the way. It'll be Tom Thibodeau, who's not the greatest at avoiding these questions, by the way. And it'll be the Knicks young players who, when their superstars being thrown away from the media, then these young guys have to be put to the test once again. It won't be Leon Rose that has to answer to this. And by the way, now they're going up against the hyenas because they've been locked out of the media room. It's an unsuccessful strategy. I don't defend it. I understand why Knicks fans defend it, but it's a hill I'm willing to die on. It's not the correct move.
I said before. I think this interview soft, and I remember this question. Do you think he is temporary? No. Finish.
And
Finish.
it's funny, like, bro, Vic. He's like the way he's talking about context. He's like, oh, and I think I saw a tweet with Cam Reddish that his people denied that. Like, intellectually, bro, like, I know you had that prepared. So why are you acting like that's some impromptu spur of the moment? Like, oh yeah, he had a tweet. Like, it's just planned, bro. The conversation was planned, and even as planned as it was awkward. So I'm gonna take it. I'll take it the pressure off Leon Rose because I understand people are different. People have different skills. He clearly is not a good public speaker. But if he's not going to be the guy. That's doing it, you have to have some. Call William Wesley, call somebody. Somebody has to be able to communicate the organization's message, because if you look on Knicks Twitter, it's Julius Randle's team according to one account. It's the kids' team according to one account. It's, oh, we're in win now mode according to one account. And the reason why that is because no one communicates a real message. It changes by the day.
No, I think important. Leon Rose talk with the MSG. More important talk with the another medias. But I understand you're very careful with your answer, with your questions. But man, it's so very important. Leon Rose talk with us. New York Knicks is made with us Knicks fans. New York Knicks don't exist without your fans. Okay, and the last season in Brazil, so many people angry about Julius Randle, your mind, your attitudes in the season. Tom Thibodeau put Alec Burks, PG so many times. Brazilians angry with us. Man,
it's universally understood that Alec Burks is not a point guard. You can watch a basketball game on any part of this green and blue earth and understand that.
No, exactly. So many Brazilians, two hashtags in the last season in my channel. Fire Chips and Trade Randall. Two hashtags in my channel. So many times, so many Brazilians talking about this. Brazilians in majority don't agree with Chips. Don't agree Julius Randle in the last season. I understand Julius Randle in the last season. We take New York Knicks to playoffs. But in the last season, bro, um,
Thumbs
from
down.
McFans,
Yeah.
uh, your 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 teammates,
Not helping
cell
up his
phone,
teammates, getting in fights on the court, just not
cell
showing
phone.
effort every night. You know, it was very disappointing. And it's like sometimes I feel people defend Julius Randle in opposition of things that should not be like we should not have to give him credit for hustling. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm,
I
mm-hmm,
myself during last season, I saw the entire fan base ripping him. And
mm-hmm,
I was waiting for him to come back to life, in which he did. He did for about a 20 to 30 game stretch. It still wasn't winning basketball, and it's not his fault. He's not a closer. He has no business playing 40 minutes a game. He definitely has no business playing 12 minutes a quarter, which he was for the most part. And it was no mystery why he may have been lethargic or felt, predisposed against his teammates, or maybe he's the only one that's attacking the rim on a night-to-night basis, or he's has too much on his plate and maybe he mentally checked out, living up to the most improved player season. I get all the mental part about that, but at the same time, you're a professional. You're getting paid max money, 4 years, beginning of 4 years,
mm-hmm.
$117 million deal. You committed to this team. You got to ride the bumps before you get to the smooth part of the surface. And he just didn't do that, and it was appropriate. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
yes, people went too far, but at the same time, bro, like he brought that upon himself. And again, I'll say this about Julius Randle just to like close that part. With Jaylen Brunson here and with RJ Barrett in year 4, and more importantly, RJ Barrett getting paid pretty much
Mm-hmm.
the same money as Julius Randle. The only way that Julius Randle has a microscope on him and he is the focus of Knicks fans is if Tom Thibodeau is just insane. Like Julius Randle should not be the focal point of this team anymore. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
Like Alec Burks, Elfrid Payton, Reggie Bullock, Nerlens Noel, Mitchell Robinson, Taj Gibson, like Derrick Rose. Those were the other pieces. RJ Barrett, a younger player, but that team construct is no longer here. We do not need Julius Randle to bring the ball up the floor. We do not need him to play 40 minutes a night. Obi Toppin,
Mm-hmm.
in year 3, we have to evaluate who he is as a basketball player because, Vic, Obi Toppin was on the table for Donovan Mitchell, not Julius Randle. So we have to play our value. If we're not going to be the number 1 seed and we're not going to be the 15th seed, and we're going to fall somewhere very much in the middle, we have to play our value so we can get better.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Man, I hope Julius Randle don't leave the Knicks, okay, but really, man, really hope. In the past, I don't lie. I don't lie for you, okay? I like it, Julius Randle in the past. I talked it with your mother, Caroline Kyles in the past. Caroline Kyles shared my history 2 times, your mother. But man, in the last season, I
He's got to
so
put it. He's got to put it behind
disappointed.
him. He's got to put it behind him. I'll say this about Julius Randle. I always said this since day 1 that he's been here. He's had to play a different role. He came here as a placeholder on a 3-year, $60 million contract because we missed out on Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, and Zion Williamson. And that was
Mm-hmm.
his role that first year. He wasn't expected to do much, but he was expected to do something because you had to watch basketball every night. And Julius Randle was that guy on a 3-year, $60 million deal with the 3rd year being an option.
Yes.
He comes back in that 2nd year with the COVID and Tom Thibodeau, and it's a perfect blend because if there's one thing that Julius Randle and Tom Thibodeau do, they get to work. They go to the gym.
Mm-hmm.
They get to work. It was a perfect blend. He popped off. He was in a mostly empty gym environment. He didn't have a lot of pressure on him, and it was fun. It was fun. He was the man. Then the next year, you bring in Kemba Walker and Evan Fournier. You're trying to add more playmaking, and it kind of distracts from what the team was really about, which was defense and focused offense. And he just had to play a different role every year. So I get it. I empathize with him from that because somebody in my life, I go from job to job as well, and you have to play different roles, and it's difficult to be a different person every day. but or every year. But yeah, this year he's got to figure it out. And the toughest thing for any artist, for any creative, or any athlete to do is to do the greatest thing you've ever done and be told to scale it back. And that's what he has to do. So I understand it's difficult, but we're the New York Knicks. This says Knicks on it. It doesn't say Randalls. It doesn't say CAAs. It doesn't say Thibodeau's. It doesn't say Leon Rose. All those people will come and go. This orange and blue will stay the same across the chest. The Knicks have to make moves for the Knicks. Last year, it felt like they were making moves for personalities and egos, and it bit them. It bit them. And now they have to turn the corner and make moves for the orange and blue.
But do you think Julius Randle can be better with Jaylen Brunson, for example? Because Jaylen Brunson can be take the ball from Julius Randle, RJ Barrett, and another players.
Right.
In your opinion, Jaylen Brunson can help this guy or not? In your opinion?
I think people overplay him being the point guard that we always needed. There's one thing about, I'll tell you who Jaylen Brunson is. Jaylen Brunson is a bucket getter who is not a chucker. He doesn't chuck the ball. He's very intelligent. He gets to a spot. He gets up a good shot, and he can close games, which is something we haven't had. Is he that point guard that's dynamic from end to end, that's going to unlock an Obi Toppin, unlock Mitchell Robinson, guys who kind of depend on ball movement and flows of offense to get involved? I don't think so. I think he will unlock the mentality to make the right basketball play, but him as an athlete, he is not Ja Morant. He is not, and he's not a traditional point guard like a Chris Paul is. He is a very, very talented, very smart basketball player that is the size that plays point guard, okay? And he can do all the skills that a point guard can do, but at the end of the day, the best version of Jaylen Brunson will be when he lets the ball out of his hands to shoot. That's what I need Jaylen Brunson to do. How that affects Julius Randle is going to depend on how Julius Randle reacts to having one night with, 12 shots. Maybe the next night he has a good matchup and he needs 20 shots. But I don't think it's going to be something where Jaylen Brunson is doing something kinetically, or the energy is making Julius Randle a better directed player. I don't see that. I think Julius, it comes back to how Julius wants to find his role within the flow of a game. And the best way, everybody knows this in basketball, the best way to make that happen is through defense and rebounding. He's a power forward. Kind of need that. So yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for hustle, defense, and rebound. And I know people are going to kill him because he's getting paid the money he's getting paid. But you can't have it both ways. You can't have this guy be he's not a number one option. He's really a third option, and then get mad because they overpaid him. It's all in hindsight. But Julius Randle has to get better in the heart department, in the mental department, and then we will have a productive player.
Yes. And the RJ Barrett, do you believe I'll start in the future or not, in your opinion?
Man, it's no slouch to make an all-star team in this modern day NBA, man. Everybody has been either just groomed or working at becoming a all-star talent. And I'll tell you, think about RJ. I don't really care about accolades. I don't really care about points when it comes to him. I don't care about all-star games and things. When the Knicks got RJ Barrett, my mentality was, oh, we needed to get Zion. We were tanking for Zion. Oh, there's Ja Morant. I've seen Ja Morant coming. Ja Morant is special. Then RJ Barrett was the de facto third best player, and we ended up with the third pick. And the more I got accustomed to, again, going from Kevin Durant and Zion and Kyrie and all these Ja Morant and all these different guys, once I settled in on RJ and I looked at his game, I said, you know what? That is something we need, and that is something we haven't had, which is a two-way player that is impacts winning on both ends of the floor, okay? So whether he makes an all-star game or whether he doesn't really concern me. What concerns me is that we have a culture around that player and uplift players like him and put him in a position to impact winning. We did not have a normal basketball situation last year. I don't think RJ Barrett was developed in the years prior to last year either. But I think RJ Barrett had some opportunities to be the man and to take on some of that ball handling, shot making, shot creating responsibility. And at times he was good. At other times we had very predictable offensive sets that didn't really set up for him to blossom. But he still took it every night. He still, no matter what kind of game he had, he comes back the next game. No matter what type of shot he takes, he comes back to the next shot. I do think he will make an all-star game, but the people, in my opinion, RJ Barrett's success is dependent on wins and losses. How does he impact wins and losses? You look at his countryman, Andrew Wiggins, right? Andrew Wiggins was drafted number 1 overall to resurrect and to lead a franchise in Minnesota. It didn't work out. He gets traded around. He moves to Golden State. And Steph Curry has this game in game 4 where their backs are against the ropes. He leads the team. He has a godly performance. Okay. Jesus. Okay. Jesus. Okay. He was Jesus on a basketball court, Steph Curry. Okay. So you can't do that for 3 games in a row. He needed somebody to step up. Draymond Green was going through his stuff. And then Andrew Wiggins, if you look at his stat line from game 4, game 5, and game 6, that's a guy that impacts winning and shoots the 3 and plays his role and hits buckets when you need him. RJ Barrett don't have a Steph Curry right now. But down the road, that's how I see RJ Barrett. Somebody that you bring along with you that dominates with his body. He's strong. He brings power and energy. He's focused. He makes those type of plays that you're going to need. And when he dunked on Russell Westbrook and Anthony Davis and then followed it back with the game-tying 3 against Los Angeles, and I'm sure everybody in Brazil had more access to that game, right? Because it was Saturday night with ABC.
Yes.
Yeah, man. That he's a franchise player. Whether he's a superstar, an all-star, he's the DNA of a player that impacts winning, and we need that.
I agree. I agree about this. And people talking so much about Grimes, Obi, but see, and your opinion, and Ken Reddish, in your opinion, Ken Reddish has a chance play in the next season, play more in the next season because I believe, man, this guy can prove so much from this coach, from the fans. I believe in your talent from Ken Reddish. What do you think about Ken Reddish? Has a chance in the next season?
I mean, it all comes back to our head coach, which is Tom Thibodeau. But let's separate Tibbs and let's just talk about Cam Reddish in terms of what he provides for this roster that we don't have. Size and at the wing position. Okay, the guy is practically 6'9". He's long as hell. He's able to break down a defense and attack the rim. He can shoot from 3. He can handle the rock, although he needs to get stronger with the ball. He's prone to turnovers. But he does things that are special on a skilled, talented level, and he makes basketball moves that pretty much nobody on our team can do. But it's interesting in the Leon Rose Allen Hahn TV show last night, right? When Leon Rose was asked about Isaiah Hartenstein and what kind of role he has, he was quick to say, "Look, Isaiah Hartenstein, he does something that is separate from Jericho Sims and Mitchell Robinson, right? As those guys are more like they play in the dunker spot, they do screening, they may do some dribble handoffs, they're good at blocking shots. Isaiah Hartenstein can stretch the floor, he can pass. Leon Rose is very quick to talk about his role, but I'm a little concerned that he kind of just didn't really that the Knicks really haven't identified that Cam Reddish is a kind of guy that you can pair up with RJ Barrett situationally at least and say, hey, deal with 6'6", deal with 6'9", deal with athleticism for an extended period of time and watch those two guys go to work on both sides of the floor. We haven't seen it. There's nothing that the Knicks are going to, especially from Evan Fournier. Evan Fournier can have the greatest season of his career, and I'm sure Evan Fournier worldwide is the magnifying glass is a little bit high, focused on Evan Fournier. I'm sure, but even Evan Fournier's best season, right? It doesn't. He's not going to have value in a trade. You're not going to learn anything new about him. You know who he is, and you have a guy in Cam Reddish, which he's the last year of his deal. Let's figure it out. What's the worst that can happen? He stinks. We have to figure it out. We have to be courageous enough as a franchise to say, hey, you know what? Evan Fournier will be here when we need him. Let's figure out Cam Reddish. Let's definitely figure out Quentin Grimes, because you held Quentin Grimes, who I love, by the way, for Donovan Mitchell. But you gotta, again, it comes back to value with this team. If you're talking about Cam Reddish or Quentin Grimes or Emmanuel Quickly, Obi Toppin, these guys that are on rookie scale deals, they have to play because they're attractive on the market. And we are not a team that's number one, and we are not a team that there's 15. We're right there in the middle, and we need to get to the top. And the only way to get to the top is by building the value on your team.
Yes. I joking today with Ron from Still Nick Fans channel about Evan Fournier. I compared Evan Fournier. It's the new Alfred Payton in the Knicks. But Evan Fournier can shoot well from 3 points. Alfred Payton, bro. I hate.
Yeah,
not the person.
I'm gonna
the
defend. I hate doing this. You put me in the spot. I didn't choose to do this, but I will defend Evan Fournier because as bad as he is on defense, as much as he is not able, he's 30 years old. He's guarding guys that are playing a little bit of different style of basketball, athletically. But there's something about Evan Fournier which you can't really discredit, and he knows how to play the game of basketball. Okay, he's a genius on the basketball court. He knows where he's supposed to be. Unfortunately, when Kevin Durant does this, it's because you can teach somebody how to play basketball, but if they're too small, if they don't have the ability to really keep up with you, they're going to get clowned and going to get scored on and all these things. So again, Evan Fournier, he's going to get the ire of the Knicks fans. He's going to get the anger. He's going to get support when he hits his threes. But at the end of the day, the Knicks can't make this season about proving to the world that Evan Fournier is Evan Fournier could sit on that bench and he will still get phone calls. Everybody knows what Evan Fournier is. Evan Fournier is a Honda, okay? He's a Toyota. You know exactly what you get when you get him. You don't have to worry about it. He's a nice car. You pick him up when you need him. But right now, we don't know if Cam Reddish is a hoopty or a Lamborghini. We don't know yet. So we gotta figure out, do we have a precious, valuable piece sitting on the bench while we just know what Evan Fournier is? I don't think it's that difficult to understand.
Evan Fournier, it's a good player, okay? It's a good player, but in the lineup from the Knicks, I prefer, for example, Quentin Grimes, or try, okay? The lineup: Brunson, Barrett, Ken Reddish, Obi Toppin, and Mitchell Robinson, for example. But I don't believe in this lineup.
It'll happen when we see it. I don't want to say it'll never happen, but Evan Fournier is a big piece in that. Like, you're not gonna. I find it real hard to see Tibbs just rolling with a rotation of real young guys, and in our area, they're selling us season tickets on the belief that we have 10 players under 25 in the rotation. And that's what Leon Rose was selling us last night, and he was selling us on the emails to the season ticket holders. So you're going to sell people on that. You're going to have to do it. So I get it. Evan Fournier can play 10 to 15 minutes. He can play situationally. Maybe he can play 20 minutes some nights,
Usual.
but use him strategically. Don't use him because you're paying him money and you feel guilty about it. We're the New York Knicks. We got to do decisions best for the Knicks. It's okay to make a mistake, by the way. Plenty of franchises make mistakes. The Miami Heat sat over over $50 million a year in the playoffs on the bench in Duncan Robinson and Kyle Lowry. One because of injury, one because it schematically didn't make sense. And they made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. And I know everybody's giving the Celtics praise, but Miami pushed them. Miami pushed them to 7 games. I bet on Miami every game in that series because they're a well-coached team. And they do things night to night that change up for the strategy to win the game. And we don't do that. We definitely don't do that. You can be the biggest Knicks optimist you want. The New York Knicks do not adjust game by game, situation by situation. Not until it's too late.
For me, I said before, I prefer Kenton Grimes, but Evan Fournier can be useful in another situations. It's a very, very good player in 3 points. He shoot very well.
If a team runs, let's put it like this. Let's say a team's going small and the Knicks are behind and or Quentin Grimes is on a back-to-back, or use your depth that way, but to just seniority, out of respect, out of a veteran presence, to give somebody minutes. I get it. Evan Fournier is not the worst guy in the world, and it's not really his fault. It's just where we are as an organization. I'm not learning anything from Evan Fournier, and he's not the type of player where, I get it, spacing matters, and I get it, you need 3-point shooting on the floor. But remember Quentin Grimes, his first start against Milwaukee Bucks, he played those same rub screens with Randall, passing and dribble handoff and getting those looks. It's a matter of muscle memory. I think Quentin Grimes is a great jump shot, obviously, but he needs to be more knocked down. I think he could be more knocked down. I'll give him that criticism. I think he has a great looking shot, but he needs to hit more of them, which I'm confident that he will if he gets more experience. I think it's just jitters. When you're a young kid, you can't have this. You can't have young kids getting in the game with Tibbs over their shoulder. Only a certain type of player can handle that. Like I think Emmanuel quickly handles it the best out of any young player. I think he handles it because they have Derrick Rose, and Derrick Rose is a liaison from Thibodeau and explains what Thibodeau really means, and he's not. This is what he's looking for, and I think Emmanuel quickly understands that. Obi Toppin, I think he buys in, but in the heat of the moment, he has struggled with how he wants to play within the game, knowing that if he messes up one time, that number 30 Julius Randle is coming in the game. So that's another thing. Like, from Knicks fans, like, as optimistic as I want to be, I know the way Tom Thibodeau is, and I just don't see that switching until I actually physically see it. So I need to see more commitment. If a guy makes a mistake, some people can learn from mistakes from reps. Some people can learn mistakes from being yelled at. Not everybody's the same, man. Not everybody's the same. And, not everybody's going to give the coach exactly what he wants. Sometimes you got to let that player figure it out.
I comparate Evan Fournier with Alfred Payton, but Evan Fournier is so much better, okay?
Oh yeah.
Alfred Payton, okay. But I comparate the situation because Alfred Payton so protect in this team.
I hear you now. I got you.
Evan Fournier so protect now. I understand because for trades with Evan Fournier, because Evan Fournier in the bench, your
look, if you're
markets.
Yes, it's You're not gonna trade for Evan Fournier at the front end of his deal. At the back end of his deal, maybe at the deadline this year, or definitely in the offseason with 1 year left on his deal, he becomes more attractive. But maybe at the deadline, a team's valuable piece goes down out of the lineup and they have to elevate somebody into the starting lineup and it doesn't work out and they're looking for a boost. And, teams like that always exist. Evan Fournier is the guy that if you are focused on a superstar and you are focused on the other superstar on the team, you don't want to leave that guy wide open. And that's a weapon. But at this point in his career, I don't even know, based off his time in Orlando, if he really, really deserved to be an 82-game starter. But that's neither here nor there. I'm not trying to throw shade at him. I'm just saying on a really championship contending team, which is the only team that's going to go out and acquire a player of his age and his contract, that would have to be the fit at this point for him to actually get moved. Because unless he's being traded as a part of, matching salaries, nobody's lining up to acquire this guy unless it's like, well, we're really suffering an injury. We need to replace him. We have championship on our mind. Like, for instance, if Memphis lost Desmond Bane or something like that, and they needed another scorer, they needed somebody else to shoot, to space the floor for John Morant, I could see Memphis calling us and saying, what can we do to get Evan Fournier? I could see that.
Yes.
But until that day comes, we can't be – that's not going to move the Knicks organization forward. That'll get us off Evan Fournier. What's going to move us forward is figuring out, do we have something in Quentin Grimes? Do we have something in Emmanuel Quickley? Do we have something in RJ Barrett and Cam Reddish and Obi Toppin and all these players? So.
What do you think about Emmanuel Quickley? Because so many people, like for example, I talked with you about Ken Reddish, okay? But so many people talked about RJ Barrett and Jaylen Brunson and so many guys. But Emmanuel Quickley, what's your opinion about this guy? In your opinion, Emmanuel Quickley has a chance playing for more minutes too in this team. What's your expectations about this player?
Wow, Emmanuel Quickley had a very tough beginning to last year. I think it's underrated. I think people remember the last thing they see and they don't really remember much else. But a lot of people were critical of Emmanuel Quickley last year because he had first he came into the league and he was a spark off the bench. And again, he was, before Derrick Rose got here, he was competing with Elfrid Payton and he was getting compliments from Damian Lillard. He was getting compliments from the guy from Lou Williams. Guys of great status in the NBA were looking at Emmanuel Quickley and saying like, hey, you got it, kid. And then we acquired Derrick Rose, and then we pivoted Emmanuel Quickley off ball. And then we come back into the offseason, and Emmanuel Quickley's being groomed to play point guard minutes because we had Kemba, we had Derrick Rose, we had Luka Vildoza in camp, we had Rokas Jukabaitis in camp. And there was this belief that Emmanuel Quickley could supplement some point guard minutes and, again, trying to find a new role. And he went through a shooting slump. And a lot of people in Knicks Nation were very critical of him, of his shooting slump. And I was one of the people that said, this is not the Emmanuel Quickley that you're gonna see for the rest of his career. Like, let him figure it out. Most of this is a shooting slump. The biggest thing that Emmanuel Quickley did last year that was impressive is he learned how to use the hesitation from different points on the basketball court. So if he's a threat from 3-point, he understands the hesitation of breaking through that 3-point line and getting to the next part of the court. He used the floater too much in his first year. He used how to keep his dribble and create for other players, either by driving baseline, moving out. He got a little bit better at finishing at the end of the year. And all in all, I say all that to say that Emmanuel Quickley is swag. He's confidence. He's energy. He's a spark plug. He's the perfect sixth man. And I think he's going to have I'll say this and mark my words here. Out of all the young players on the New York Knicks, there is not one of them that is closer to their personal prime than Emmanuel Quickley. Emmanuel Quickley has his game on lock. more than any young player does right now. I love RJ Barrett. Obviously, he has more potential than Emmanuel Quickly, but he's still figuring things out. He's figuring out what his go-tos are. I love Obi Toppin. I think he could potentially blossom with another point guard, but he's still trying to figure out who he is in the NBA. Emmanuel Quickly knows who he is, and he's going to get even better at it. So I'm very excited for him this year. He's one of those players that he's very easy to root for. He gives it his all every night. He's a coachable player, and he's a spark plug, man. And I'm very excited for him in this next season.
And for you, Popa, which the do you prefer line up from you with these guys? For you, which the lineup do you prefer from this team?
So you want a starting five?
Yes.
Well, obviously you got Jaylen Brunson at the 1. You're going to have Mitchell Robinson at the 5. You're going to have RJ Barrett probably. Let's put RJ Barrett at the 3, and then let's get Quentin Grimes at the 2. And, I'll give Julius Randle a start to the season, but if it's not something where I'm saying, hey, you come out slow, the first unit is again for the 3rd year in a row coming out with low energy. I'm not using Obi Toppin as some bench spark plug piece. This is not appropriate anymore. It's the 3rd year of his rookie scale deal. He's going to be up for contract in I think 2023. If Julius Randle's faltering with the nucleus that's there and that starting 5, and he can't get his stuff together, you're going on the bench and Obi Toppin's getting the start. It's a competition at this point at power forward. I know a lot of people are talking about Cam Reddish and Quentin Grimes. For me, the biggest internal decision for the New York Knicks comes at that power forward position. That's going to say pretty much what they believe going forward about this team. Because if Julius Randle's playing 38 minutes a night and Obi Toppin's playing 10, they can't sell me Obi Toppin anymore. And I believe in Obi. And by the way, Obi just shared Jay Boogie's song on Twitter, and I just,
yes,
look, Vic, I can't be the most popular guy amongst Knicks Nation. I'm very critical, and I speak my mind. And as much as I could become friends and family with the New York Knicks, I love the Knicks, but I am a Knicks fan. I am more in touch with Knicks fans than I can ever be with Knicks players. But at the same time, that is an amazing gesture by Obi Toppin to share his platform with the Knicks fans and sharing Jay Boogie's song. So Obi is now my official favorite Knick. So shout out to Obi Toppin. I love you, man. Thank you very much for sharing that song. It shows a lot about your character and who you are as a person and representative of the people, man. I really appreciate that.
The last question. What's your expectations with this team in the next season?
So last year, the Knicks went 37-45 with Alec Burks and Kemba Walker as their starting point guards. And Nerlens Noel being hurt, and Julius Randle having a terrible season, and RJ Barrett figuring out his role. I think off that floor and Jaylen Brunson being here to close games out in the 4th quarter. Obviously, the Eastern Conference is a bit of a juggernaut now, with Milwaukee, with Philadelphia, with Miami, with Boston, with Brooklyn keeping their pieces. But I respect Atlanta, even though they are our rival. I respect the basketball game of Trae Young, and adding DeJounte Murray into the backcourt instead of Bojan Bogdanovic is a big deal. So those 6, I think, are stapled in. I think the Knicks with Jaylen Brunson, with 37 wins as the floor, I think it's unacceptable to me if they don't reach 40 wins. They gotta go. Here's what I've been saying. I would be disappointed if the New York Knicks do not play 3 home games in the playoffs. So I want the 7th or 8th seed, meaning that they'll play a home game as a playing game. And I want them to win 2 games in the playoffs. I want them to show themselves that they're capable of winning a playoff game in a series against a good team. Take away the COVID 4 seed season. That team is no longer in effect. It's a totally new team. In terms of roles, in terms of who these players actually are. I want to see them play 3 home playoff games this year. So get me a 7th or 8th seed, get into the playoffs, and then from there, I think then you can have a really serious measure of where you are as an organization. Now you can take those players that have proven to the NBA that they're worthy of winning games, and they can get above that 500 meter, and then they can make the next move. A lot of people are tank or be terrible and get a high draft pick or just sign a free agent. There is a blueprint. A lot of things the Knicks fans do is they've been in so much dysfunction for so long that they look at other people's blueprints of how they got successful, and they ignore that we don't have the same infrastructure that other teams around us have. We have to work with who we got. And right now, this team is not the worst. They are not the best. They have to get gradually better. Tom Thibodeau has to figure out a way for last year's 37-win team to get 5 more wins. This team should be good enough to go 42-40, in my estimation. So,
Man, I
that would be
totally
my
agree. I totally agree with you, Popa. I totally agree with you. Man, I know your time. So thank you so much, Popa. Thanks so much
Absolutely, brother.
for your time in this
And may I
channel.
say, at any time, if you want to come up to New York City and New Jersey, and you
Yes.
want to come spend a day here, spend a weekend, you're always welcome here, Victor. Knicks fans, we have a place for you. I'm opening a channel with my guy Big Mo. It's called the Nick Lounge, and it's going to be an event space. It's going to be just a big content channel for Knicks fans to express their voice and to meet each other in person. So if I give you the Nick Lounge, you can have the Nick Lounge in Brazil. I come down to
Wow.
Rio. We have a good time. You could come up to New York City and come to the Garden. We'll sneak in. We'll figure out a way to get in there because we ain't getting those big checks yet. But I got a lot of connects here in Knicks Nation, so we can get you into the Garden for sure. And shout out to all the Knicks fans in Brazil, man. Shout out to all the basketball fans in Brazil holding it down. Shout out to my guy, Leandrino Barbosa. He was a killer for me in NBA
Whoa.
2K4 back in the day on the Suns. I used to take him out to Stephon Marbury and play with Leandrino Barbosa. So shout out to all the shout out to Huertas. Shout out to all the Brazilian basketball legends, man, and all the people out there with their passion for the game of basketball. It's a beautiful game. You learn more about who you are and who people around you are in a game of basketball. I think Barack Obama spoke to that. The former president of the United States spoke about learning who a person's character is when you play a game of pickup. So, and there's no better test of someone's character than being a Knicks fan, which is you're a Knicks fan. We know who you are, man. You're loyal. You're passionate. You stick it out no matter what. So shout out to the Knicks fans in Brazil. Shout out to the
Man.
channel, Knicks fans Brazil. Papa Left. Much respect from the United States of America.
Popa left. In the future, this channel we make a trip. We make a trip from New York. Me and more 20 Brazilians, and I hope meet you in New York, bro. I hope
Absolutely, brother.
really. I loved our interview, bro. I hope see you in this channel again.
Absolutely.
Really hope, bro. Okay.
Salute.
Thank you so much, bro. Thanks so much for your time.
Salute. New York Knicks, baby. Let's go.
Bye, bro. Thanks so much. Peace.
Queria comentar com vocês, né? Nós temos agora uma novidade aqui com relação ao Knicks Fans Brasil, que o canal agora pode ter o programa de membros, né? No YouTube. Então eu gostaria de pedir para você que puder, se inscreva também, né? Seja membro do Knicks Fans Brasil. Apenas R$ 7,99 por mês. Apenas R$ 7,99. E você vai ter vantagens exclusivas por ser membro do canal Knicks Fans Brasil. Uma delas, você vai ter grupo especial no WhatsApp, que você vai ter as notícias sempre antes, né? Vídeos e etc. sempre ditos antes para os membros. Benefícios que vão ser estudados ao longo do tempo, que vão ser exclusivos para vocês, além de sorteios, galera. Quem for membro vai ter essa vantagem, galera. Então, bora lá, participa e apoia o canal Knicks Fans Brasil, pessoal. Beleza? E aí, pessoal, este foi mais um vídeo aqui no canal Knicks Fans Brasil. Espero que vocês tenham gostado, né? E como é de praxe, pessoal, você mesmo que está assistindo pela primeira vez o canal Knicks Fans Brasil, não se esqueça de se inscrever, se inscreva aqui no canal Knicks Fans Brasil. Não esqueça, né, você que já é inscrito, de ativar o sininho para notificação de novos vídeos. E também sempre deixar o seu like, um comentário, compartilhar com os amigos, por que não? Para ajudar com que o canal Knicks Fans Brasil chegue cada vez em mais e mais pessoas, pessoal. Beleza? Conto com a ajuda de vocês, Knicks Fans. Um abraço!
We are the New York Knicks. 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 Say go New York, go New York, go. Go New York, go New York, go. Say go New York, go New York, go. Go New York, go New York, go. I'm a Knicks fan, I gotta stay true. Yes, I do. Are you down with the orange and the blue? I'm a Knicks fan. I'm a Knicks fan. I'm down with the orange and the blue. I'm a Knicks fan, I gotta stay true. Yes, I do. Are you down with the orange and the blue? I'm a Knicks fan.